this on? Is my mic working? Yes. Doing something a little different. Come back in 10 minutes if you want to come for the reading. Just got to warm up a little bit. The music will be lower during the reading. Sorry for being late. It took me a while to set up this whole music setup. Feeling it. Georgia versus Denver Fenton Allen coming up. Denver Fenton Allen was a defendant in the Georgia penal system who came up for a capital offense and just had an unhinged day in court. Go a little bit more in the background there. You guys enjoy the 10 hours of courtroom coverage today. We got into the Sarah Boone trial, a little rewatch, and I didn't quit on you. We stayed right to the end of cross-examination. I don't care if it took me 10 hours with all of my commentary. I was there with you the whole time. All right, that was the first song. This is the next one. That's not the one I want. I want this one. This is Coming With It by Anno Domini Beats. It's free. You don't even need to mention what the song is. You can just use it if you're on YouTube.
So fresh like the morning, mouth wide open like they yawning. Every time they see me, they in G-Shock. Homie, this is too far. Homie, I feel too alive. You can see me like Illuminati. You can see me like Illuminati. But I'm shining so bright, so bright. Don't come and try to share some of this light, no. Give me a beat and I control it like a maestro. Ladies on a mission, they be trying to get me wiped up. Shawty, wait a minute, can't tell if I like ya. Gotta make sure you know how to shake it like a bartender. Team with me and they all winners. And you know we ballin' all winter, all summer. Jewelry around my neck is lightning, but I'm all thunder. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it, yeah. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it.
Welcome to the chat.
Bring a friend and come along.
Looks like Beth of a Salesman's here.
The vibe's too strong. If you don't know how to move, then we moving on.
I see Candace is here.
Up in this place, if you can't catch the feeling, then get out the way. I've been reeling and fish from the lake. They keep saying I'm down to earth, but I'm really out of space. All these women aliens, super foreign, so exotic. Hop in the Mercedes Benz, and I got them crushing like ice pouring above. It's overflowing on us. You drop it and pick it up. I think I'm falling in love, but shawty, this isn't what you probably thinking it was. It's a vibe out, pulling it for the weekend and such. You gon' find out once you
I'll be doing Defendant Allen's voice and a James Owens voice. And I'm just giving a couple of minutes for people to kind of find the stream. I screwed up and, well, I did something wrong with my scheduled stream, so... Ooh. And that's not intense. That's not a hype song. What else do we have? This is Como Vamos from Casa Rosa. I think it means the House of the Rose. This might be the last song before we get started. If you're not on all messages, make sure you're on all messages. You want to see everybody who's here to chat. There's not going to be many of us. It's a late night. Friday still in some places for a few more minutes. Saturday in most. If you're in Australia, it's been Saturday all day and you're peeking into Sunday already, depending on which coast you're on. You've reached Dan D True Crime Overnight. This is the music version of the show. I'd like to create a musical version of the show. Doesn't exist yet. It sort of does. This is a sort of Schrodinger's musical show. Does it exist? Doesn't it exist? We don't know. It's both alive and dead. Will it continue? Will this be the only one? I'm not playing. I could, but it wouldn't sound great. And by I could, I mean I could run my fingers across the strings, but I can't play. This is Pienso Viento, also by Casa Rosa. And this will definitely be the last song. Welcome to everyone who's joined us so far. If you're just joining us, we're reading the transcript of Denver Fenton Allen, State of Georgia versus Denver Fenton Allen. Got an extended disclaimer to read. Part of the reason I'm delaying the start of the show, because there's some frequent, objectionable, very objectionable, defamatory, derogatory, just plain wrong language that's going to be included in this educational reading. We're not doing this for, kicks. We're not doing it for shits and giggles. Well, maybe we are, but there's also an educational aspect to this. So if you're listening on the YouTube algorithm, I know you listen to these. Know that this is a educational video for entertainment purposes. All right, let's dial in the lighting. Oh, that's no good though. Like that. Yeah, I could be in the corner doing that. Is that too distracting? No, that's not bad. Not bad. Hey, Roberta Real, you've made it just in time. We're about to get started on the reading. It's Denver Fenton Allen versus, State of Georgia versus Denver Fenton Allen. He's up for a murder charge, something that happened while he was in prison. He's not happy with his lawyer. He's going to discuss with the court options for removing his lawyer. Before we get into it, we're going to, let me just turn this back a little bit so the ambient becomes the ambient background noise. This is by Kevin MacLeod. This is a longer track. This will just sit there nice in the background while we talk over it. Slow my roll, bring the pace right down. Let's get the show on the road. All right, I'm in the smaller box. What is up on screen is the transcript to Georgia versus Allen. This is a case that was filed in 2016 in Georgia Superior Court. Before I get into this reading, I'm going to read a disclaimer, so I'll just leave the particulars here on the main screen. Welcome to the chat. I hope you've had a wonderful Friday. I hope you enjoyed your day. I hope it was a good day. Today was a good day for a great day. Extended viewer discretion warning. Welcome. Tonight, you will experience a serious reading of an absurd but real excerpt of trial testimony from State of Georgia versus Denver, Fenton Allen. Floyd County Superior Court, June 17th, 2016. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. This is a verbatim reading of a public court record. The testimony contains frequent, coarse language and profanity, including multiple uses of F-bombs, S-words, and other vulgar terms. Graphic sexual allegations and descriptions. The defendant makes explicit sexual claims and uses graphic sexual terminology while addressing the court. Homophobic slurs and language. Specific anti-gay slurs are used by the defendant during statements to the judge. Derogatory language towards legal counsel. Insults and profanity directed at his appointed attorney. Disturbing accusations. The content includes allegations of sexual misconduct that are explicit and may be upsetting. The language you will hear is not performed for effect. It is quoted directly from the official transcript of a hearing regarding representation by counsel. Dan D. is presenting this for purposes of public record, legal education, and commentary on courtroom procedure. No endorsement of the views, allegations, or language is intended. If you are sensitive to graphic sexual content, slurs, or strong profanity, please consider skipping this broadcast. With that, we will begin. Representing the state is Luke Martin, an assistant district attorney. We do not hear much from Luke Martin during this reading. James C. Wyatt is representing the defense. James C. Wyatt does speak a couple times in this transcript. I will identify him, as I'll be using the same voice for him essentially as I'm using for the court. The transcript begins with a parenthetical. The court advises defendant regarding representation by public defender on defendant's oral motion to fire his assigned attorney. I'm going to turn it down just a slight bit. It might even be louder in my headphones than you. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I don't need to. Well, take it down. Take it right there. Sounds perfect to me. All right. The court. Okay, Mr. Allen. And this will be the last time I identify them, so that was my court voice. Defendant Allen. Right. The court. I believe your case is going to trial not this Monday, but the following Monday, okay? Do you understand that? Yes. Okay. I tell you, if you needed to tell me something, I'll let you come up here to to the podium so you can speak into the microphone and I can hear you. Yeah, the attorney here, I'm wanting to fire him. Uh-huh. And you know, I don't feel like he's doing any. Who are you going to hire? I'm not going to hire nobody. I'm going to try and get a different public defender. There isn't. You have a right to an attorney. This lawyer has. You don't have a right to a specific attorney. This lawyer has made sexual advancements on me. He's misrepresenting my case. He told me if I wanted him to do a good job, I had to let him give me oral sex. He's had doctors at Central State Hospital put a false diagnosis on me. Okay. I know Mr. Wyatt pretty well. I don't think he has the ability to make doctors at Central State do anything. Well, they did it. And he's the one who sent me down there. Well, he may have done it, but I don't think he has anything to do with it. All right. Well, he won't give me the discovery. There's things in the discovery he's supposed to give me. He gave me the indictment. He told me that it was discovery. Okay. They're altering. Okay. Documents that I've read. If you want the indictment, I'll make sure you get a copy of the indictment. No, I'm saying I got the indictment. Uh-huh. But he's not complying with the discovery. Okay. I'm supposed to get the autopsy report, the coroner report, pictures of the crime scene, coroner report, criminal background records. Is this a murder? And the deputy sheriff speaks up. In the county jail. The court says, oh, okay. Back to Mr. Allen. Yeah. I'm supposed to get criminal background records. Investigational summaries. Mr. Wyatt, what discovery do you have? Mr. Wyatt, I've given him everything I have. The court. You've given him everything you have? Yes, sir. He's given you everything. This is a murder case, and This is a murder case. And you're telling me the only thing on discovery is a 4-page indictment? I don't think he's saying that. I think he's said he's given you everything he has. He ain't given me the autopsy report. He ain't give me the coroner's report. He ain't give me... Well, it may be that he doesn't have that. I don't know. That's what I've been trying to get. He doesn't give me pictures of the crime scene. I've seen other people go to trial on murder charges. I've seen what you're supposed to get. I'm not going to work with this attorney. Well, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to trial with this attorney. Well, you've got 2 choices. 1, you can go to trial with him. Or 2, you can try the case yourself. Now, I definitely completely think that's I've got a right to have... Wait a minute. Listen to me. That would be the biggest mistake you've ever made in your life. So basically, you're sitting here telling me... Hold on, I just had a panic attack. I'm not on the right screen. Okay, I am on the right screen. Good. So you're sitting there telling me... Now... You're going to find me guilty if I go to trial trying to defend myself. You're probably right. That would be my guess. If you try and defend yourself, you don't know anything about selecting a jury, do you? No. You don't know anything about cross-examining a witness Or do you know anything about cross-examining a witness? No. Do you know anything about criminal procedure? I know I don't have to let. Do you know anything? Let this guy suck my dick. Let to get some legal representation. You know something? I'll be honest, Mr. Allen. I really don't believe that. I'm not concerned if you believe it or not. I know. But I'm supposed to have a right to an attorney. And I'm not going to work with this attorney. Well, that's up to you. So I hold myself in contempt if you try and pull me up here with that attorney. That's fine. I mean, that's up to you. I told you what your options are. You can go to trial. I'm just telling you. Well, listen to me. I'll just hold myself in contempt. Listen to me. Fuck you. Listen to me. Go fuck yourself. I'm through here. Are you all done? All right. I'm finding you in contempt of court. I don't care. I know you don't. And I sentence you to 20 days for that. And if you say anything else, I'm going to add 20 days for everything you say. Fuck you. 40 days. Fuck you again. 60. Go fuck yourself. A year. Your mama. 10 years. Suck my dick. You know something? This is going to be a really interesting trial. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah. You're not supposed to smile in court. You know, if you smile, I can smile anytime I want to. It's a violation. Now you're cussing and yelling at me? I have not cussed. Yeah, you did. I am yelling. Well, go fuck yourself and suck my dick. That's why I'm yelling. Suck my dick. You know something? You are absolutely the rudest person you reckon, ever met. You reckon if I let you suck my dick, I could get a fair trial here? No, I don't think so. I got a big dick now, and if I pull it out, I don't think that's going to get you a fair trial unless you have. I'm done. Every one of the jurors do it. I don't think that mouth is big enough, sir. I got a big old donkey dick. You know, I'm sure mine's not. I got a big old donkey dick for that ass. Good. I'm sure the women love it. I don't fuck girls. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm sorry. I fuck boys. Oh, I'm sorry. You prefer men. I fuck boys. You prefer men, right? I fuck white boys. You, white or black? White boys. Oh, butt boys? With big butts. Oh, of course. You know, you look like a queer. Well, okay. So now you're calling me a queer in the courtroom. I didn't call you one. I said you look like one. You're yelling. Do you understand the English language? Wait, you're yelling. You're laughing. Do you understand the English language? This is a kangaroo court, sir. Do you know, we're not in Australia. I mean, if you want to suck my dick, you can do it any time now. Get this court order. Oh, you're so smart. Do we have to court order this? You're so funny. You're so cute. Can we get a court order to get my dick sucked, sir? You are so cute. I know all the inmates just love you to death. Oh, yeah. Oh, I bet. All the white butt boys, sorry, that's Mr. Allen. All the white butt boys love me to death, too. Okay. Well, I bet they do. And I bet all the rest of them do, too. You ain't supposed to smile in court. I bet everybody enjoys sucking your cock. That was the court. I'll bet everybody enjoys sucking your cock. You ain't supposed to be smiling in court. That's a violation. I can smile anytime I dadgum want to. Now you're yelling at me again. I can smile anytime I dadgum want to. That's it. Now you're yelling at me again. I'm yelling. You're getting mad. Can you hear me? You're shaking. I am yelling at you. Well, reckon you could suck my dick? Yelling. Can you take a break? Yelling. Can you take a break? I'm yelling at you. Can you take a break? Yelling. Can I get my dick sucked? Can you hear me yelling? Can I get my dick sucked? Yelling. Yelling. Are you ready to suck now? Have you got it out? You know something? You will. But you want me to fuck you in the butt then? Oh, sorry, that was Mr. Allen. You will, but you want me to fuck you in the butt then, right? Oh, my goodness. You get plenty of that over in the jail. I could see it in you when I come in the courtroom. Okay, that's fine. You're going to be here on, well, let me tell you how this is going to work. You ain't telling me shit. Shit. Listen, suck my dick. Shut up. Listen to me. Suck my dick, you fuckman. Listen, suck my dick. You will be here on court Monday. You'll be here sucking my dick. You'll listen to me now. Go fuck yourself. Okay, I'm going to tell you how this is going to work, and you can either listen or not. I don't care. I'm through. Can I leave the courtroom? No. Deputy Sheriff, no, you've got to stay here. I'm not talking to the bastard. We are going to have trial Monday week. No, fuck we are. I ain't going to trial with this lawyer present. Listen, if you do not suck my dick, you stinking ass cracker. If you act out like this, I will send you out of the courtroom. Old bitch ass cracker. And leave you out of the courtroom during the trial. Horse ass cracker. You understand that? Horse ass, dick sucking ass. You understand that? Big butt. You understand that? Fuck man ass cracker. Do you understand that? Getting mad, ain't you? Stupid. All red-faced. Listen. Now you call me stupid. Listen, yes I am. This is kangaroo court. You know what? You have a constitutional right to be a dumbass. Why don't you jump up on the stand and you have a constitutional right to be a dumbass. Jump up like a fucking kangaroo, you dumb bastard. Well, if you suck my dick, if you listening to nothing you have to say, if you come in here Monday and how about this? I'll kill your whole family. When I get in this trial, I will murder your whole family. I will cut your children up into pieces. I'll knock their brains out with a fucking hammer and feed them to you. The court. Are you taking this down? Court reporter. Yes, sir. So I'll just read that back as though he's asking the court reporter. Excuse me a second. How about this? I kill your whole family. When I get in this trial, I will murder your whole family. I'll cut your children up into pieces. I'll knock the brains out with a fucking hammer. Feed them to you. Are you taking this down? Yes, sir. Okay, I'm going to refer you to the district attorney's office. I don't give a fuck who you're referring me to. I'm just telling you. I thought you were referring to my motherfucking dick, fuck man. Aggravated assault, terroristic threats, we'll just add to it. I don't give a fuck. I will murder you, your whole family, your kids. I'm not supposed to be in jail. I was framed. Motherfucker asked me to eat his ass for a bag of coffee. Well, you know, and now you're telling me that I gotta go to this trial with this fuck man over here? He's obviously a pedophile. You're obviously fixated on butts and dicks. Huh? I'm fixated on your mouth. No, you're fixated on butts and dicks. You got a nasty mouth, sir. Oh, I have an awful mouth. You have a big old fat mouth. I do. And you have a big old mouth to get this dick in it. I sure do. All right. Yep, I'm proud of it. I'll make sure next time I come to court, I'll pull it out and jack on you. Okay, why don't you do that right now? I jack on white boys. Why don't you do it right now? Just like I like to jack on females. Do it now. I can't do it now. Do it now. I ain't got, but I don't care. Take off the cuffs. How many hands do you have to do it? Take off the cuffs. Come on now. No, now, jack off. This is kangaroo court. Come on, jack off. This is kangaroo court. Jack off right now. Are y'all getting this? Yes, they're getting it. I'm going to make sure. The guy done called me stupid. This motherfucker told me he was going to suck my dick. I did not say that. He wanted me to fuck him in the butt. I did not say that either. You're a real nasty ass judge. I am indeed. You're going to find out. Now, how nasty I really am. You find out how nasty I am when I murder your whole family, bitch. Oh, that's fine. You know, you're going to be in jail so long, you won't have a chance. Babies will be going, Daddy, help me. I'm going to knock their brains out with a fucking hammer. All right, okay. Well, you know, if I had any kids, you'd probably be able to do that. But since I don't have any, it doesn't really matter. Well, then I'll get your nieces, your nephews, your sisters. Doesn't really matter. I don't have any of those either. Grandkids. Don't have any of those either. Aunties, aunts. How can I have grandkids if I don't have any kids? Brothers, sisters. Stupid. You know, you're just completely... You don't have any idea of the English language. If you're not going to suck my dick, sir, I don't want to be here. Okay, I've enjoyed this. I hope you have. I know everyone else in the courtroom has enjoyed it, but you can go now. And if on Monday week this happens again, you will not stay in the courtroom. Suck my dick, sir. Okay. Mr. Allen, as he's being escorted out of the courtroom. I'll subpoena y'all's ass in the courtroom. And the last note is, the defendant was escorted out of the courtroom, and these proceedings were concluded at 2:19 p.m. on Friday, June 17th, 2016. That was a serious reading of an absurd but real excerpt of trial testimony from State of Georgia versus Denver Fenton Allen, Floyd County Superior Court, June 17th, 2016. Your discretion was strongly advised. That was a verbatim reading of a public court record. That testimony contained frequent coarse language, graphic sexual allegations, homophobic slurs and language, derogatory language towards legal counsel, disturbing accusations. The language you heard was not for effect. It is quoted directly from the official transcript of a hearing regarding representation by counsel. This was presented for purposes of public record, legal education, and commentary on courtroom procedure. No endorsement of the views, allegations, or language is intended. If you were sensitive to sexual or graphic content, slurs, or strong profanity, you should have considered skipping this broadcast. And that's it. That's all the scheduled content for this evening. Give me a second here. Music's kind of nice in the background. It can stay where it is. I see there's a few people here in the chat, so we'll have a hello. Yeah, it's a shame that, Georgia's so close to the sunshine state, and yet we're not able to get that sort of Yeah, we don't get the same material from Georgia that we do from Florida. I see Kitten Pushers here. I see Meowgarita joined the chat late. Yeah, the judge Roberta Real says the defendant is an idiot, but the judge came out and apologized. Apparently the judge was triggered by the defendant, and in the, news reporting about the footage afterwards, the judge, that wasn't proper conduct, and, he had a bit of a mea culpa afterwards. The defendant did not apologize for his words. No permission to swear in court was asked for during this production. I thought it was HMO and Lauren. Yeah, it does kind of sound, it's more of a late night transcript. This isn't the sort of transcript I want to be reading first thing in the morning. Sort of thing that you have to have a full day behind you and be ready to put to bed. Oh, Meowgarita says the judge handled it quite well. That said, I was reading the judge in a measured tone. He may have been yelling and getting a little excited, and I may have toned him down. But yeah, I don't think he was too out of line anyway. Maybe too biased to handle the next appearance by Mr. Fenton Allen. But take a look at where my music is. Okay, that one is part of the playlist, so that can stay for a while. Do we want to discuss the appeal? Is anyone interested in that? Let's see, we have a small group here, so we can I can follow your lead. If you have anything that you wish to discuss, anything on your mind. At this point, there's an intimate enough crowd that we can go any direction you like. All right. Why don't we check for that, Roberta Real? Is there a follow-up to this case? Not Dallas, Denver. Denver ever charged with death threats against the judge? Let's see what we can find out about that. I'll leave myself up on full screen while I do a little research here. I think I can get that by doing this. Denver Fenton Allen results. Okay, the quick AI overview. Denver Fenton Allen pleaded guilty to murder, but mentally ill, in December 2017 for killing his cellmate and was sentenced to life in prison. The case resulted in his viral infamy when audio of a 2016 pretrial hearing was adapted into the animated sketch by Adult Swim's Rick and Morty. The legal proceedings and outcomes for all involved include, all right, let's go to the viral exchange. During the 2016 pretrial hearing, Allen and Superior Court Judge Bryant Durham Jr. engaged in an 11-minute obscenity-laden shouting match that included graphic sexual remarks and threats. The verbatim transcript became an internet sensation and was later reenacted by the Rick and Morty creators. Okay, we want to find out what happened, so ask anything. Result of the contempt hearing. All right. During the viral exchange, Judge Byron Durham initially sentenced Denver Fenton Allen to consecutive blocks of days that rapidly escalated until he ordered Allen to serve 10 years in prison for contempt of court. However, because the hearing went completely off the rails and violated basic legal protocols, the massive contempt penalty was never actually implemented. The escalation, as recorded in the official transcript, the judge began with a 20-day sentence. He added 20 more days for each subsequent profanity. The tally quickly jumped from 40 days to 60 days, then 1 year, then finally 10 years. That was like the Bender moment in Breakfast Club. Like, yeah, we'll see you next week. We'll see you the week after that. We'll see you in 3 weeks. Bender's going to be spending his entire summer with the principal. The legal outcome. The 10-year contempt sentence was never enforced. Georgia law caps maximum punishments for summary contempt of court far below a decade. Recognizing this severe loss of impartiality, Judge Durham reported himself to the State Disciplinary Committee and recused himself from the case entirely. The final resolution. Because the judge stepped down, the tainted, thank you AI, the tainted pretrial hearing was discarded. Allen's murder case was handed to a new judge, ultimately resulting in his guilty plea and life sentence without the 10-year contempt rider. Are you interested in reading specific excerpts from the courtroom transcript, or would you like details on Georgia law limits? No, I don't think we need any more information there. Georgia said new stuff confirming Adelson information is ongoing. Well, let's see. Let's test AI on that. Twist. What is the newest Adelson case info? The most recent developments in the Dan Markell murder for hire case involve the rejection of Charlie Adelson's repeal and a massive public push to indict his sister, Wendy Adelson. Oh, that's super new. That's like the last couple weeks at least. July 2026, yeah. Public pressure mounting against Wendy Adelson. As the 12th anniversary of Dan Markell's death approaches July 18th, 2026, State Attorney's Office has been inundated with emails from the public demanding the arrest of Markell's ex-wife, Wendy. The prosecutors have repeatedly labeled Wendy an unindicted co-conspirator in past trials, but they have not filed formal murder charges against her. Formal. Her attorney has slammed the public outcry as a lynch mob mentality. I thought the Katie Magbona stuff was the newest development there. The most recent updates regarding Catherine Katie Magbona focus on prosecutors shutting down rumors of reduced sentence deal and rejection of her own criminal appeal. Internet rumors. In July 2026, speculation exploded across social media and YouTube, suggesting that Magbona was on the verge of securing a plea amendment for a reduced sentence in exchange for flipping on the Adelsons. On July 7th, Chief Assistant State Attorney Georgia Kappelman flatly dispelled the rumors. While acknowledging that a post-conviction deal is a technical legal possibility, Kappelman stated firmly that nothing has happened regarding any sentence reduction. Magbanoa remains locked up in her original terms. After spending years denying her involvement, including lying on the stand during her own trials, Magbanoa officially flipped to become a state witness after her 2022 conviction. She served a critical piece of the puzzle for prosecutors taking the stand to openly detail how her ex-boyfriend Charlie Adelson explicitly solicited her to find hitmen to murder Dan Markell. She reiterated the first-hand account during the trial of family matriarch Donna Adelson. Magbanoa continues to serve life in prison without possibility of parole, plus 2 consecutive 30-year sentences for conspiracy and solicitation. Welcome, Paul Clink, to the Night Owl crew. There's an intimate group of us that are just doing little light reading, a little music listening. Earlier it was zipping, now you're on to flipping. Not quite sure what that means. Sounds like a great logo, though. The global exploitation of my case. I'm going to read a few terms from the power and control wheel while we have a moment. I'm probably going to need proper light for this instead of my disco lights. The power and control... Oh, I can't just put that... Got to remember the people. Power and control wheel. This is the study document that Sarah has had from the moment James Owens joined the trial. We've seen it in pretrial hearings, and she's able to make notes for her sentencing that she refers to, and that's where we see the clearest copying from this document. All of these spokes of power or control, Sarah worked very hard to twist into an accusation against George. You don't need to work nearly as hard to just read them and think about the things we know about Sarah based off of the videos that she recorded on her own phone, as well as the body cam videos and the evidence that we've been seeing in the trial. So let's just read some of these spokes. Dominance. Abusing existing privilege hierarchy, treating the partner like a servant. Making all the big decisions. Being the one to define partner roles. Economic abuse. Preventing partner from keeping a job. Making partner ask for money. Blaming partner for any financial gaps. Taking away or limiting access to family income. This could include having one shared debit card where your partner's pay is going into your account and you're controlling the funds through a debit card. Spiritual abuse. Well, we'll skip that. I don't know of anything. Well, they did like to quote scripture in jail, but that's more post-crime. Isolation. Controlling what they do, who they see and talk to, what they read, and where they go. Limiting outside involvement, using jealousy to justify actions. George wasn't allowed to talk to Abraham Moreno. Oh, he tried to make a pass on me. Never talk to him again, George. Cut out everybody that you know. It's only me. Minimizing, denying, blaming. Making light of abuse and not taking the partner's concerns seriously. You're overwhelming to me. You're overwhelming. Denying the abuse happened. Shifting responsibility for abuse, saying they caused it. Wow. Minimizing, denying, and blaming. Making light of the abuse and not taking a partner's concerns seriously. Denying abuse happened. Shifting responsibility for abuse, saying they caused it. Margarita, I'll read the spiritual abuse, but you'll see why I thought it didn't quite apply. Manipulating religious texts to demand obedience, justify beating, limit physical movement, coercing partner to have sex, citing it's a God-given right. So I think the spiritual abuse, and I'm just speculating, I haven't experienced it, but I think they're talking about some of those restrictive religions that are patriarchal, and the man will say, look, it says in our marriage vows that you serve me, and literally try to enforce that in a power and control way. So I think that might be one spoke of the wheel that Sarah's not guilty of. Cultural abuse. Using cultural norms. Boys don't hit girls. to limit physical movement, justify beating, demand subservience, limiting role of partner and preventing them from working, accusing them of adultery as a way to impact the honor and or chastity to prevent remarrying. Immigration status, threatening to deport or report partner and or children, intentionally withdrawing, destroying, or failing to file paperwork relating to legal status. Sarah was even trying to exert her power and control over Eli, not allowing partner to learn English or isolating from anyone that speaks their language, all the people who stayed Hispanic. Coercion and threats, making and or carrying out threats to do harm, threatening to leave or commit suicide, making partner do illegal things, threatening to out partner, intimidation, making partner afraid through looks, actions, gestures. Oh, this is one she copied. This is one for sure she tried to accuse George of. Making partner afraid through looks, actions, gestures, smashing things, destroying their property, abusing pets, displaying weapons. Oh, okay, so George doesn't love the dogs. He abused the dogs. He used to display a butcher's knife. He used to put it right in my coffee table, which we saw today was a glass coffee table. Didn't stop her from testifying that he would put a butcher's knife in the table and then sit on the couch, daring her to leave. She knew the consequences. Butcher knife, glass top table. Mielgarita says, no, it's any abuser using their spirituality to abuse. Yeah, I get that, but I just think that Sarah, I think that most of her spirituality is post-crime. I don't think she spent a lot of time talking about Jesus, aside from telling cops who said Jesus that, oh, do you need Jesus? But I don't really think she was out proselytizing. I don't think she was knocking on doors trying to save people or get them to salvation or anything like that. She wasn't doing anything pro or con religiously until her incarceration. But yeah, I do agree that post, she definitely used the Bible very poorly. I think that in her text to her brother, or Lana's text to her brother, where she's basically copy-pasting Sarah's breakup with her, and Sarah prefaced it with 4 Bible verses, and almost every one of them, whatever the Ecclesiastes one was, that it was about, like, don't trust the person who, whatever it was. It was basically a much cleaner metaphor to say don't trust Sarah than it was to say for Sarah, don't trust Lana. But, both of them had their untrustworthy aspects to them. But Sarah was so blind that she didn't realize how apt those verses were when she was using them as weapons against the people in her life. All right, is there anywhere else we need to go this evening? That was it was meant to be a short. It was meant to be about an hour live because I went for about 10 hours, but I don't mind sticking around a little longer if we've got more to chat about. But if we don't, I'm not going to just keep it going forever either. Keep this, keep it tight, keep it entertaining. Speaking of tight, we'll get the music back on. Oh, this is one of the songs we opened on. Anno Domini Beats. Must be something I can read. Must be something I can do that keep this going. Maybe I have some upcoming ideas that I can read to you. See if anything hits. What haven't I done? Never mind, I've done a lot. Oh, this is kind of news. YouTube has a new feature called Shows, and it basically lets you take playlists and turn them into seasons. So now, if you were part of the Betty Broderick rewatch, oops. Loud. If you're part of the Betty Broderick rewatch, well, that's now a show. It's a 4-season show. The first season of the Betty Broderick trial is the opening arguments and everything leading up to her testimony. Season 2 is Betty's testimony from beginning to end. And Season 3 is Dr. Park Dietz and the expert witnesses that came on after Betty. Season 4 is a single episode, which is epilogue, covering our discussion after Betty died 1 week after the trial rewatch. It would sure be something if Sarah has an unfortunate end, or fortunate, considering she has life in prison. That would shorten her sentence anyway. But yeah, if something happens to her within a week of us finishing the trial, certainly be a sign that we should rewatch the trials of horrible people, speed up their sentence, and reduce the burden on the taxpayers. All right. Well, if there's nothing else, the next song that comes on is pretty funky. It's a good one to leave with. It's a little bit more upbeat, but that might be the one that we close on with. Coming with it. We'll be leaving with it. Oh yeah, and since I'm not reading, I can go back to the lighting. Oh. Yeah. Coming with it.
Yeah, I'm so fresh like the morning. Mouth wide open like they yawning. Every time they see me, they in G-Shock. Homie, this is too far. Homie, I feel too alive. You can see me like Illuminati. You can see me like Illuminati. But I'm shining so bright. Don't come and try to share some of this light, no. Give me a beat and I control it like a maestro. Ladies on a mission, they be trying to get me wiped up. Shawty, wait a minute, can't tell if I like ya. Gotta make sure you know how to shake it like a bartender. Team with me and they all winners. And you know we ballin' all winter, all summer. Jewelry around my neck is lightning, but I'm all thunder. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it, yeah. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it. Bring a friend and come along. Don't be taking too long. The vibe's too strong. If you don't know how to move, then we moving on. Ain't no way rhythmic feet up in this place. If you can't catch the feeling, then get out the way. I've been reeling and fish from the lake. They keep saying I'm down to earth, but I'm really out of space. All these women aliens, super foreign, so exotic, hopping the Mercedes Benz. And I got them question like ice pouring the bub, it's overflowing on us. You drop it and pick it up. I think I'm falling in love, but shawty, this isn't what you probably thinking it was. It's a vibe out, cooling it for the weekend and such. You gon' find out once you come on and bring me that keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it, yeah. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it.
That was Coming With It by Anno Domini Beats. We'll be moving into Moonlight Magic by Asher Fuerlo. Setting up for a goodbye. But thanks for sticking with me. It's been a great night with Dan D. True Crime. Roberta Real is just calling it a night. Amy Zeitgeist says, get down with your bad self. I will. I will indeed. Detective Wolbuffet says, boogie time. If you were there for Suma's lives on Thursday, one of the questions was, do you like to boogie? I answered no, because sometimes I just answer polls incorrectly. I do like to boogie. $10cc, is that new? Is it? I haven't heard 10cc. Is it upbeat? Is it like kind of a Fruget? Speaking of Fruget, if you're a Fruget fan, there's a new song. It's called something about Swipe. I've loved every Fruget song. This one, meh, it's good. But if it was the first Fruget song I ever heard, I probably wouldn't have been as enamored with it. I prefer their back collection. But there's some great songs from Fruget. Honey's Boogie Oogie Oogie. Okay. Detective Wolbuffet, you're missing the point. If you feel like you're a terrible dancer so you don't, you're really losing it. Because here, well, this isn't a great dancing song, but fuck it, you know. It's not about, like, sure, rhythm is good. You don't want to be to a song that's not doing that, right? But the most attractive dancing is people who are dancing like they don't give a fuck who's watching. And, you know, if you're just feeling it. You can kind of do whatever you want. There's no wrong movements. I think the worst dancing is people who are either trying to keep up to steps that they're not comfortable with. Like, okay, it's a 1, 2, 3 and a 4, 5, 6 and do-si-do and alaman. And, you know, now you're just doing rote repetition and trying to conform with the crowds. Feel the beat, whatever beat, you know. Listen to the guitar. Okay, the guitar's giving a strum every few seconds. That's what you're going to dance to. Listen to the drums if you want to look like you know what you're doing. The drums is usually a 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Step, 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 step. Okay, if you're disabled, then it's a lot of arm work, if you can do arm work. But, you know, whatever works for you, you get that going at whatever groove you're feeling the beat to, and there's no wrong way to dance. And if someone tells you that you're doing it wrong, they're wrong. I think the exact opposite of the Seinfeld, where Elaine is getting a hard time for her dancing. She's like, but I'm enjoying myself. And that's not helping. Terrible advice. Funny line. But no, if you're enjoying yourself, that's all there needs to be. You're not... Who's dancing for other people? Like, unless you're a professional dancer that's getting dollar bills thrown at them, your dancing doesn't need to make anyone else, you know, excited. Your dancing is you enjoying the music. So whatever that is. Anyone in the chat here have a channel that they want to promote? Is anybody doing anything with their YouTube channels? It's something I would like to do at some point. just to have a little group of people who feel like doing, maybe you want to do a short so you can send out a musical short to a friend, and you need a little bit of help on how to get your music montage into a short. It's not that hard. Like, it's hard to, I'm not saying you can just make the videos I'm making out of nowhere, but you can easily take a slideshow of, vacation photos from you and a loved one, arrange them using iMovie or whatever editing software comes with your phone, and then use your YouTube account. If you're talking in the chat, you've got the account. Press the little plus button, and then it's going to ask you for shorts. What music do you want to add? And you can pick from any song that you know of. And then it's going to show you a segment of that music, and it's going to give you a preview of what it would look like. You don't even need to upload it at that point. Be like, that's how I'm finding with the Sarah ones on the stand. I'm like, oh, fuck, 7 different songs work for this. Meowgarita is going to be starting a YouTube channel soon. If you want to get in ahead of it and be at the beginning of something that's growing, subscribe to Meowgarita. I noticed that in my chat, if I click on her name, then you can see pin message, report, remove, and channel activity. But if you scroll that up, you get a chance to go to channel. And go to channel. I am subscribed. Meowgarita has 7 subscribers at this point. If you want to be there at the beginning of her new channel, make sure that you subscribe now so you don't miss it. Detective Wolbafit will start streaming one day. Had some setbacks. I do remember, Detective Wolbafit, you had a time where you were initially doing some streams. Right around the time I started my channel, you were doing just some chatting streams, the verticals. I see. Yeah, it's best to do it when you're feeling it. If you force it, it's, if you're not having fun, people aren't going to be enjoying their time with you as much either. So come back when you're ready. But I definitely recommend, if you're starting and you just want to chat with people on a stream and you're already part of this great community, after one of my streams, after one of Suma's streams, Danielle's streams, whoever you're on, just give a shout out to the crowd. Hey, I'll stream for another, post-game show. Come join me on my channel. And you can do a vertical live. You don't have to put your face up there if you don't want to. And, and then next thing you know, you're a streamer. You're a YouTuber at work. It's not that hard. And, if you are broadcasting to the right community, you're going to find the people that want to be there. It's a bit scary going to the world, and I definitely, the first couple videos I recorded with my actual singing voice, like, no auto-tune, no nothing, I still tried to stay in my range. It was Johnny Cash, and I thought I was going to get ripped. I thought there was just going to be, like, people who were authentic Johnny Cash fans, like, why are you putting this to a murderer, you fucking freak? And that I'd be getting some terrible messages. And it seems every video I put out, at best, I'll get 1 dislike and, maybe 1 bad message every 10 to 15. I'm not saying that's typical, but if you do search out your audience so that you're really appealing to the people that are going to like your content to begin with, there aren't going to be a lot of people that get shown your stuff that don't like it. It makes it a lot easier for YouTube to keep. YouTube basically can look at anyone who watches a Tanika video and try, okay, we'll try 10 more of them this week. Oh, they seem to like Dan Sarah content. We'll try 10 more. But if you're doing, really out there stuff that doesn't have a lot of peers, a big community, then it may take a little longer for your stuff to get seen by the right people. Making sure all the music I'm using is in the free use category, and it is. So this is Ricky Tar by Casa Rosa's Tulium Vibes. Ricketa. That's why it's called Ricketar. Good night, Kitten Pusher. Thanks for sticking around. Hope you have a good night. If you want to put us on for bedtime listening, you're certainly welcome. I'm not going to be getting out of hand. This should be sleepy time listening, and maybe it'll even be a sleepy time evening radio. Maybe we'll do a Saturday night sleep broadcast where I just ASMR read court transcripts to music background and let you all relax. Gonna look up something I can read that would be both boring and perfect to sleep to. Let's see. If anyone has any ideas, go ahead and throw it out in chat. Good morning, Phil for Dom Russo. Welcome to the late night quiet relaxation hour. If you tune in to the beginning of the video, you'll be able to listen to the transcript of Denver Fenton Allen versus State of Georgia. Things got a little out of hand, a little out of sorts. Some coarse language is used. Permission to curse was not asked. I know, I have other letters from Sarah. I'm going to read one of her letters as though she's not crazy. I'm going to read her letter as though it's well written and serious. That'll be fun. For Sarah Boone documents, maybe that one's good. There's a letter to Judge Wooten. This is from 2022. I read this, I'm very excited. I really got out of sorts. This was something I did a live reading of where I wanted to show my upward range. But the letter to Mr. Bankowitz, but it was added to Mr. Wooten. It's only a 2-page letter. If we like the way this is going, we can do more of these. Let me just turn it down a touch. Oh, maybe I should bring it on screen too. No, we'll just leave it on full video. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Studio. This song is called Sleep Music No. 1 by Chris Wagon. Frank J. Bankowitz, Orlando, Florida. Ray Sarah Boone. Case number 2020 CF 002603 AO. Mr. Bankowitz, I'm writing regards to not hearing from you, and I'm becoming very concerned after receiving no response to any of my daily calls or from the letters I've sent. As of today, October 3rd, you have been my court-appointed attorney for almost 3 months, 12 weeks, 84 days, and only spoken to me 3 times. 7/14/22, video introduction, 15 minutes. 8/2/22, video update, 15 minutes. 8/22/22, Visit in person, 90 minutes. I've written 2 letters in the meantime. Also, my most recent, I sent on 9/12/22 with no response. I'm aware of the difficulties you are having in communicating with me. Video, phone, letter, in person, especially via phone, which to me is the simplest form of doing so, even for just a brief update. It only takes minutes. I believed you giving me your personal cell number that you were going to answer. I would at least know all is well. I'd have a better understanding of the status of some things, what to plan on, what I may need to work on. With no communication, makes my end more difficult, drawn out, painful. Please, figure out whatever necessary for my phone calls to be answered, which you will be reimbursed for when you submit your costs. It feels, at this rate of communication and meetings, and you just coming on board, not having all of my discovery to go over, still on top of everything else to be done, and depth. How much longer am I really going to be here? Added to the 32 months already. Especially if we communicate, however you eventually do, only one time a month, if that. As for all the month of September, I know nothing from not hearing from you. A little bit more upbeat. I understand you have other clients, as I am one also. And you've been recuperating from your back. But remember how long I've been here. You are my 6th attorney, not by choice. And the magnitude of my case, with not knowing what's going on or where you are, how much harder it is for me. I want to get on with my life, Mr. Bankowitz, and not miss any more time that is necessary from my son. I've already missed 4 of his birthdays and spent 3 of my own in here. Please understand. No, too, I am patient. Clearly, after all the time I invested, still smiling, willing to go above and beyond, whatever I need to do properly and truthfully to convey my very convoluted, misunderstood side of everything, which I boldly told you in our meeting last month I am dedicated, ready to start, and overdue. I'm so very grateful, Mr. Bankowitz, for you, all you are doing, have done, and will do. We're in this together, and I'm so blessed. You are my attorney. God has put us in each other's paths for a reason, and I can't wait to see what you and he will do. I'm praying the 6th time is the charm. Please respond. I await your response. Thank you profusely. Sarah Boone. Carbon copy. Judge Wayne C. Wooten. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Okay. Detective Wolbefit says, yeah, it's better with a beat. Okay, let's see what her next letter sounds like. That one was October 3rd, 2022. Let's go to November 3rd, 2022. See if things improve for our Sarah. Honorable Judge Wooten, forgive me in advance for having to utilize your invaluable time to ask the current progress of my case. But after not having any form of communication with my attorney, appointed by you after 11 weeks and counting, after sending 4 letters to my attorney, appointed by you with no response, and finally finding outside resource to inform me of the uneventful, confusing filed documents online by my attorney, appointed by you, I am still waiting with a perpetual question mark over my head. Okay, credit to whoever the commenter is. Somebody said something about, I don't recognize her without the perpetual question mark over her head. And I just, oh, that's a funny comment. That was a great reference. Wow, deep cut. Well done, commenter. I am still waiting with a perpetual question mark over my head. There were no letters, no video visits, no face-to-face visits, no answered calls from my attorney, or even a response from you. Your Honor, regarding one of my letters expressing my legitimate concern of what's going on in my case and where's my attorney, you know what? I got to put these up for you. You got to at least be able to see it. I don't necessarily need to make it big, but let me just add the source. Screen capture. And a new one, SB read. And that will be a window capture of the preview. Boom. That is too big. Oh, but something like that, that lets you stay in the vibe of things and then still see the words. So you can see just how hinged she is. She's not unhinged. This is fully hinged writing. That is way too sad, though. We're going to go with something a little House on the Hill. No, next song is from the Rock Collection. Tell Them What They Want to Hear by Everett Almond. Oh, yeah. There were no letters, no visits, no face-to-face visits, no answered phone calls from my attorney, or even a response from you. Your Honor, regarding one of my letters expressing my legitimate concern of what's going on in my case, and where's my attorney? It's been over 4 months since being appointed another attorney, number 6, and not by my decision, influence, or choice. After almost 3 of the 4 months, not hearing from said attorney, 8/22/22, last correspondence. Why? What is the reason? Why haven't I received a letter? Even a 15-minute video update. Anything. Even after my PTC on 10/25. It's what truly confuses me. And nonetheless, upsets me. The fact that I was not in attendance, so I can know what's going on in my case. Especially considering I have not heard from my attorney in 11 weeks and should have been included. Why was I not? This is my case. Was Mr. Bankowitz even there to represent me? I don't know. Anything. Still. The problem is my constitutional rights are incorrectly being waived. Her constitutional rights are being waived. I'm glad that I put this up on screen. Make sure that you guys can see that part of it. Yeah, waived. Wave goodbye to her constitutional rights. Without my knowledge or permission. I never signed anything, nor verbalized the idea I want to waive my appearances to any of my court dates. I want to be present for all dates. Going forward, please. Regardless of the significance. All are significant to me, since my attorney fails to relay any information in any way, if he's going to. Then I must represent and for myself, as always, my entire life. What else can I do? Who else can I seek help from? If I have you and God, Judge Wooten, if I do have an attorney, where is he? There's so much to do, all over, in my case. Hopefully, the right way this time. Off to a rocky start, where I wonder how much more extended my time will be, on top of the almost soon to be 36 months 3 years already. This is how the justice system really works? Really? Nice. This will slow me down. Next 3 songs are all this ambient. This is from an artist named God Mode. This song is called Devious Little Smile. This should be part of my regular Devious Little Smile. Oh, this is nice. You know what? Devious Little Smile is going to be part. You're going to hear this on my channel a lot. This could be my new theme song. Maybe this is how every video ends. Welcome to the stream, Leanne Sharman. We're trying out some new things here. I'm glad you're taking some time to join us. She is such a dumbass. Devious Little Smile. That'll show up in the notes when because I will give attribution. I don't even have to, but I think I can. No, it doesn't even give you the details. Huh. Well, I'll just call it out every episode. This is a great little track. Feeling it. Make you feel fractious? Not me. Okay, we're going to go back and read over Devious Little Smile. That was a great track. Okay, just reducing the volume for reading now. Is this how the justice system really works? Am I being penalized for wanting to be fully involved in everything? In my case? And intelligent enough to know my case is being handled is unjust, and from my point of view, disastrous. Considering I'm still here sitting in Orange County Jail, counting the days and praying my 6th attorney contacts me. And we can move forward. Finally coming to an end to this seemingly endless debacle. You would think, considering the circus show my entire case is made out to be, with all the hype, sensationalism, and publicity. I received a letter from all the way across the pond in England the other day. I received a letter from all the way across the pond in England the other day. It would be handled more professional, better. I learn something new every day about facts, events, and outcomes. In my case, who do you learn it from, Sarah? From all the inmates and officers as well. I wonder if they might know where my attorney is. Bottom line, please understand, I don't want to be here any longer. I don't want to be hindered any longer in getting to the starting line. Again, I don't want to be suppressed in being heard. Finally, truthfully, and correctly. So, Judge Wooten, when will I hear from my attorney? Or you, please, with some type of response. Other than a copy of my letters, which I keep sending, which I already have. That's hilarious. I'm just going to take a break from the letter read for that. So she's just trying to figure out how the system works at this point. She's feeling her way around. So she sends a letter to the court, and she gets a letter back from the court, which is a copy of her letter, because the court's not going to have an ex-parte communication with her, but has to send a letter to her. You know, this is what I received from a party.
and sends a copy of what Sarah sent to the other lawyer. Hey, this is what I received from a party. And now Sarah's like, why are you just sending me back my letter? Well, because it's not the way we do things, Sarah, but keep feeling around. Maybe you'll find a way to get a response from a judge to your letters. All right. We'll keep this discordant music in the background because it kind of fits. In the meantime, it is my understanding the following documents have been filed in my case since the appointment of Frank Bankowitz, my attorney, MIA. 7-11, Bankowitz appointed. 7-12, pretrial order, pretrial 10-25, trial 11-7. 8-29, pretrial canceled. 9-23, notice of unavailability. 10-7, correspondence. My letter to Bankowitz. 10-12, correspondence to defendant. Copy of my letter. 10-14, notice of appearance. For what? Had 3 years ago. Not guilty plea. Already filed. Waiver of appearance. Never signed or agreed to. Like this one too. Compensation for what? What's been done? Substituting conflict counsel. Who is my attorney? 10-25 pretrial. 11-17-2023 trial. Trial 1/30-2023. That's it. In almost 4 months, I've been a client of Mr. Bankowitz. This is the only progress? Frankly, that seems like fairly, every month something's happening. July, 2 things happen. August, 1 thing happens. September, 1 thing. October, 5 things happen. It's a lot of things. That's it. In almost 4 months of being a client of Mr. Bankowitz, this is my only progress. What's next? Where are my copies of everything that's been filed, ever? This is one way I can have some idea of what's happening. And please remember, I have no access to a computer, nor any reliable outside resource to check anything for me. Please mail copies. I'm trying to come up with any solution possible to keep me, the other party in my case, informed and updated. This is also a part of the court's responsibility. I would especially think knowing that I've not heard from my attorney in any way for 11 weeks, and I want to be included. As always, I thank you for your time and understanding. Look how she did understanding. She wrote around the little circle. I'm not using a fucking hyphen. As always, I thank you for your time and understanding. Please help however you are able. I am not helpless. I am ready to get this show on the road and to hear from someone other than myself asking the same question over and over and over. What's going on in my case? Or how many pens will I exhaust asking? Grateful and patiently waiting. I await your response. Sincerely, Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone. 2005623, Federal Departments of Corrections, BB6, P.O. Box 4970, Orlando, Florida. Postal code 3832802-4970. Now, do I have to, let's see if I do Open. Perfect. And December 5th, 2022 is the next letter I have in sequence. This was filed in the office of Tiffany M. Russell, clerk of Circuit Court, Orange County, on the 14th of December. But the file date is December 5th, so it took 9 days from being handwritten to being officially filed. Detective Wobefit, I hope you don't have a headache from my flashing lights. I should have read an epilepsy warning. Maybe I can go to a slightly smoother set of lights that are still partying, but maybe not quite as headache-inducing. There, that's sort of the Google spin light. Use that. That's still a party. A little easier on my eyes, too. Disney Mom, perhaps she has a thing for saying things 3 times because she watched Beetlejuice as a child. She's not that far from my own age, and I remember when you wanted to manifest something, you'd say it 3 times, like Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Leanne Sharman says it's a manipulation tactic, repeating 3 times. Another fairly common use of the use of 3s is advertising. It's not as obvious now, but was really obvious in 70s, 80s advertising, where they were like, you have a 30-second commercial, you name the name of the product 3 times. And the worst offender for this was a product called Head On. Head On was a product that you applied directly to the forehead. Head On, you apply it directly to the forehead. Head On, apply directly to the forehead. If you've seen that commercial, that simple reading I just did brought back every time you've seen that commercial. Head On used to buy 10 seconds of advertising rather than 30 seconds, and they would just, in the middle of the long 30-second commercial breaks, you'd suddenly get, Head On, apply directly to the forehead. Head On, apply directly to the forehead. You would watch, 2.5 minutes of commercials, but the only commercial you remembered was Head On. And where do you apply it? Directly to the forehead. I don't know if it was good or not, but, aside from Tylenol, which, is the top product, and then there's other products, like I know when I'm shopping, like, okay, there's the ibuprofen I buy, or naproxen, because generic Advil's better than Advil. In my opinion, anyway. The price is better. Anyway, there's a bit of a tangent. That was a ramble. This is a proper ramble. Where do you apply Head On? Directly to the forehead. And then they tried a second. I think they came out with like a joint relief product, and it was not as catchy. It definitely wasn't called Joint On. Apply directly to your knee joint. Whatever it was, they tried to expand, and they shouldn't have. They had a fine niche for Head On. Head On was a suppository? Wow, it's a switch up. Advertising tells you one thing, you read the packaging. Oh, no. Okay, well, that's where it goes. All right, this is a letter that was written on December 25th. This sounds a little jazzy. I kind of like this, too. Minor Lament for Solo Bass. We can give that a little bit more volume. Especially because the next two songs coming up are the ones that I did for the appeal reading. So if Sarah doesn't think I'm fair, I'm going to give her the same music that the state of Florida got for their excellent answer brief. But not for another 20 seconds. Cool. All right, so this is a December 5th, 2022 letter. It's addressed to Judge Wayne C. Wooten, but I'm sure it's directed at Frank J. Bankowitz, also known as the Dud and the Buffoon. Interesting, because we know Dud and Buffoon, they're not used in these letters that were written to the court. So Sarah was writing personal letters to Frank J. Bankowitz as well, and that's where Dud and Buffoon must have come out in a personal. And then she realized, well, if I write to Frank J. Bankowitz, care of the court, I can at least be assured. It's almost like she's using registered mail by sending it to the court as opposed to sending it to Frank, which is almost like sending it into the ether. It's like asking Brian for a hot meal. Did he receive the request? Does a yes mean yes? I see a very dedicated core of viewers to this late night live. Thank you for being here. If you're sleeping and enjoying this as sleep talk down, I will try and make this as sleep inducing as possible. If you're trying to stay awake, I'll try and make it as interesting as possible. Walking the tightrope. Leanne Sharman asks, how many of the attorneys are in therapy right now? One of my favorite visualizations about the attorneys is there is one video that's in my playlist of the trial rewatch, and it's the only video where Judge Kraynick isn't, no, it's not the only one because there's some jumps wouldn't. Anyway, sidetracked. It's three of the lawyers. It's Winston Hobson, it's Patricia Cashman, and it's Frank Bankowitz. And they're all at a hearing arguing that they deserve the full payment from the JAC. Like, you know, hey, did the best I can. We don't get paid a lot, and I'm not splitting the payment 8 ways for this one. I deserve a full payment. If you want to split it for the other 5 lawyers, and you know, that's fine. So it was a fun hearing because first off, you get to hear them complain about Sarah a little bit. They kept it dialed in because obviously there's attorney-client privilege, but they still had to make their point. The fly on the wall meeting I would love to be at. There's no way they didn't have a little debrief amongst themselves after the court hearing and like, let's go have a drink together and talk about what a fucking nightmare it was working with Sarah. Oh my God, to be in the booth next to them or like wherever that conversation happened. I imagine that had to be one of the greatest moments. Maybe after this letter, if there's people still here, we'll segue into that. We'll watch that hearing. And that might be a way to end the stream as well. All right. Thank you for that question. That was a great comment there, Leanne Sharman. Thank you. Disney Mom says, oh my God, butt on, you're cracking me up. Butt on. Is there a button here? Butt on. Oh, butt on as opposed to head on. There we go. Okay. Stay with it, Dan. You're almost sharp. Meowgarita is wishing she was joking about salinated sinuses. I too have salinated my sinuses. I have the product known as Navage. Navage makes it sound like a fancy French word that is washing. It's for nasal washing. I only used it when I had just a clog above the right nostril. I've got a bit of a deviated septum from having my nose broken as a teenager, which caused a black eye that looked nothing like Sarah's. Side tangent. But yeah, Navage was pretty good for helping clear a persistent. But the problem with it is you only think to use it when you've got a blockage, and when you have a blockage, it's really hard to use the Navage system. But yeah, if you're running out of solutions, I would recommend trying a little nasal wash therapy. It's a lot easier to use than a neti pod, like the squeeze bulb kind of thing, if you've used those before. All right, let's get into the reading. Leanne Sharman recommends red tiger balm is good for knees. Ocean Sound says, I was responding to Leanne. I hope you don't think I was laughing at your question. Disney Mom says, nasal washing, what the what? Navage was, it was heavily advertised on Sirius XM. And for a long time, the commercials annoyed me because they said the whole commercial in the normal voice, but whenever they said Navage, they said Navage. And I think it was like an instruction from the company to elevate the pronunciation. So however your VO guy does it, he's got to say, you know, the nasal washing system from Navage. Anyway, it was annoying, and until I had a nasal issue. And then I'm like, what is that Navage? Tell me more. It's expensive. It was almost $100. It's this plastic, basically shoots water up one nostril and sucks it out the other, and you can switch it so it goes the other way. But it's a nasal irrigation system. And if you're trying to clear your nose and it's all just coming from one side, the Navage can help gently irrigate the nasal canal, and you end up with this little pot of water that you have to throw away. And if you're lucky, there's like, oh, look at all the good stuff in there. But yeah, it's kind of disgusting. Nice from a got it out point of view, though. All right, that's enough about the Navage. Navage, if you'd like to contact me futuristically to pay for this prioristic advertisement, by all means, I'm accepting your money. December 5th, 2022, Judge Wayne C. Wooten, P.O. Box 4934, Orlando, Florida. Ray Sarah Boone, 2020, CF 002603, AO. Summary of progress. Numbers only. It's all I have. 1. Since appointed by the court, Frank J. Bankowitz, Attorney 6, July 11, 2022. 21 weeks, 147 days, and counting. 2. Since last spoke to Frank J. Bankowitz, Attorney number 6, August 22nd, 2022. 15 weeks, 105 days, and counting. 3. Since pretrial conference, no response from attorney or court. October 25, 2022. 6 weeks, 42 days, and counting. Since my last letter to judge regarding missing in action attorney and case, November 3rd, 2022. 4 weeks, 32 days, and counting. 5. Total hours of time represented by Frank J. Bankowitz, 3,528 and counting. Total hours of time spent with client Sarah Boone, 2. Where's my attorney? Where are you, Judge Wooten? I understand the holiday mode everyone is on as we inmates sit and wait for it to pass. But before we come to the end of yet another year, almost 3 for me, in OCC, it would be respectable of the court to please advise the status and location of my attorney foremost, and also provide any real progress of my case, which is difficult to do, and further, without an attorney, nonetheless after being appointed so many, I thought hopefully the level of dysfunction would be lessened. Unfortunately, to date, I am sadly mistaken and feel I have been severely misled. Even more unfortunate seems to be the lack of representation from any party of my case other than myself. Look at the numbers. In the meantime, and in preparation for the upcoming status hearing on 12/20, 10:45 a.m., which I just received notice for, thank you for the inclusion. I am in the process of writing to our governor regarding the mismanagement of my case and the multiple added obstacles and deterrents I am experiencing. If anyone feels like filing a public records request and they happen to live in the United States, this letter was written in December of 2022. If Sarah was actually in the process of contacting the governor, it's possible there's a letter to Governor DeSantis that is also in the public record, perhaps as early as January 2023. That would be fascinating to read. If you're able to do a FOIA request and get that letter, send me an email at dandtruecrime@yahoo.com. I will happily read this letter with a collab credit to your channel. Some of the major legitimate concerns of mine are the violations of my constitutional rights, the degree of neglect and the nonchalant approach by everyone in my case to substantially progress, and the illegal, non-permissive release and distribution by... So what does she think she knows here? I'm going to have to... Some of the major legitimate concerns of mine are violations of my constitutional rights, the degree of neglect, and the nonchalant approach by everyone in my case to substantially progress, and the illegal, non-permissive release and distribution by the Orange County Sheriff's Department of crucial, confidential case files, videos, photographs, documents, etc., pertinent to my case, which I have not even seen or even know about. Everyone knows more than I do about my case. As a result, it is impossible to choose a jury that will be impartial, fair, and uninfluenced by all mutated, exaggerated, hyped sensationalism. This being a significant reason I requested a change of venue previously. At this point, it will make no difference. There's nowhere I am not known. The premature, unfair judgment by everyone has wrongfully and inappropriately already been made. I haven't even seen my discovery or know where my attorney is, my sixth attorney. Not only am I, the other party in my case, still in the dark with everything, I am blind and in the dark. I am penny and in the dark. I am deaf and I'm penny and blind. All right, I'm still in the dark with everything. I am blind and in the dark. This is wrong, unfair, and especially for a still proud citizen of the United States of America, and unacceptable. There's more to everything, much more, and in which I've been patient to an extreme to explain, interpret, and educate what now seems to be the whole world. I am hopeful the governor will be able to untangle the chaos and mistreatment. No one else seems to be available or willing to abide by the protocol of our justice system and rightfully, eagerly apply themselves. I'm hoping, still, these aforementioned topics can be further discussed at the hearing on the 20th, and in which I am bringing to everyone's attention prior. I have not heard from my court-appointed attorney to date, so I am unaware what else may be on the docket. It's time to finally move forward in all the right ways. Happy holidays, Sarah Boone. Mr. Bankowitz, I am also sending a direct copy to you, in case the court and or judge does not, therefore giving no reason of any unsurety of my ongoing concerns regarding having no communication from you in any manner for almost 4 months. I believe the court and or judge would have sent copies to you of all my letters to them. But since I've been unsuccessful in receiving a response or update by their side also, I'm taking it upon myself to make sure everyone is aware that I'm still sitting here waiting on you. Please respond. I look forward to seeing you at the hearing, if not before then, with very much overdue, anticipated progress. Thank you, Sarah Boone. All right, so that gives us 2 choices. We can move on to another letter in the collection. No, that should be fine. Well, maybe I messed that up a little bit, but yeah, so we have a choice. We can go to the next letter in the series, or I can open up the hearing where the lawyers ask for their money. It is a little long. It's not like super interesting. It's interesting in let's watch a 40-minute hearing to get out a nugget or 2 of information kind of standpoint, but let's see. I'll let you know what your options are on the letters. What do I have left? October 2nd, 2020. October 2nd, 2020 to Judge Kraynick. Oh no, that's just a transcript. Okay, that won't work. I have the brief, I have the letter to Wooten, I have 11, I have unedited gold. Oh, I have the 58-pager. Okay. There's 23 of you here in chat, according to my statistics. Make sure that this, yeah, I got to get the window activated then. 58-page. You know, that would be a pretty wild thing to just do off the cuff, but I also think I might be ready. Okay, that's it. A better scene cut. Otherwise, I'm hiding. 58 pages now. Do we really want to do that? Yeah, I'm biting off more than I can chew. Now, some of the pages are, I have looked at this before. I'm not completely blind. There are some parts of this that are where she's just quoting, like she actually writes out the Bill of Rights. So I don't think I'm going to just read the Bill of Rights. But yeah. Oh, that's a great. Candace says, can you tell me about why when you decided to wow to third rail? So that's a great thing that I can talk about while trying to set this up in the background here. I followed the third rail drama through the Sarah Boone Continued Reddit. I'm not a Reddit member myself. I don't post to Reddit. It's more of a throwback to the old bulletin board days where I'm just like, I used to get too involved in arguing things with people I didn't know, and it was ultimately a waste of time and used up a lot of my energy that could be put towards more fruitful enterprises like this channel. So let me see if I do that. Maybe I move up my capture so that, yeah, because you guys don't need to see my roof that much. Little insulation keeping the pipes from burning the house down. There is the letter. I'll move that up a little bit. Make it slightly larger even. There we go. Now you're getting a few lines of the letter in the bottom. You can still see the chat. You can still see me. Okay. Yeah, Margarita, what do you think of this? Is this better? Maybe I'll even do a little bit more. I can go up here. Okay. You know what? I'm locked in. We're doing the 58. There's no poll. I'm not. You guys will vote the wrong way. But before we go there, Candace asked a great question. So why did I decide to wow the third rail? And the main reason is from following the saga, and I'll light up a joint, get my smoke on while we're talking about this. I've noticed that they've gone from being content producers that I thought needed criticism because I wanted people to listen to their content critically. So I saw that was my most important role on YouTube was, everyone has different things they're bringing to the party. It's like a potluck, right? You don't want to bring the same dish that someone else is bringing. So I thought that the piece that I was bringing to the Sarah Boone pie, especially as far as third rail was concerned, was making people think critically of the material itself. So there's plenty of other creators that are sharing the material itself and doing critique of the material. I didn't want to be the deliverer of the material. I wanted to be hands-off and clearly critical of it and just deliver a message of when you're listening to it, listen for these sorts of things, ask these sorts of questions. And that was my take with third rail, and I was happy with it, and that's how it was going to be. But then things started getting erratic with them, and it got to the point where, they're not able to put out content anymore. The content they were putting out was getting shittier and shittier, more derivative. They're doing re-edits of older material and making, less compelling video. There was the video of where they were reacting to Pharrell Torres's body cam. And to clear up this too, there's nothing wrong. You can react to any footage you like, but if you're going to come out as the third rail guys and hey, we're starting commentary, there's a shit ton of stuff that people are interested in their opinion on, which is their own fucking calls. So hey, we're going to look at, this is George's brother. What a bad guy he is. What do you think, Launchpad? Just as delusional as Sarah, as oblivious for reading the room. So anyway, that was a big misstep. And things just went to shit from there. I don't know if it was related to that. That was a weird kind of final kick at the can, bite at the apple. But anyway, the content itself, and I know from how many people watch my channel and watch their channel, it's compelling. There's interest in hearing the craziness that is Sarah. So, I don't harbor ill will for people wanting to know the stories. And myself, I kind of pick up on the stuff. Like if it's cut through the zeitgeist to the point where people are talking about it and, fire ants are on her head or a story, fine, I'll make a short about fire ants on the head. I can enjoy a joke and I can enjoy laughing at Sarah. But I saw an opportunity. I'm like, they've got to be sitting on tons of material that they don't know what to do with. They're in over their heads. I think they have micro cassettes. I think they have, the old style, like the Watergate reporters, and they were recording with a suction cup on the phone. And that's why the recording is the way it is. And that's why sometimes their voice cuts out because they literally were covering up their microphone while recording. I think that might explain some of it. So I think that it might be on analog equipment. Maybe they're even embarrassed that it is. The next step is that they probably didn't categorize them. So now it's just a bunch of unlabeled fucking tapes. Margarita shares this. Okay. Yeah, not even digital. So I think there was a few of them where they listened to it. Oh, okay. This one is from December. Perfect. And, so a couple of them maybe got retroactively labeled. because they didn't have a plan before. They were just recording. We'll dump it all on the next guy. We'll dump it on the documentarian. He can go through it. And then they realize there is no documentarian. Fuck, we got to go through our tapes. Because if they were digitized, they could use the metadata to very easily sort them. Even if they digitize them from analog as, hey, we got a new tape, let's put that up, then they would have the meta data that would say, this was created on this date, and they would all be chronological. But they don't have that, so fine. And if they don't want to send me, a box of microcassettes, which is like their entire gold harvest from Sarah, I get that too. So send me the one cassette. Send me the cassette you've already used of the first phone call. Send me the whole cassette. Tell me, hey, don't say Jay's name. Don't say my name. Don't say my wife's name. Whatever you want to block out of it, that's fine. That's easy enough to do. But I'd love to see the full content and actually report on it like a journalist, like the same way that the Diane Downs tapes include long pauses, include, stuttering. That would all be there. I'm not talking about doing a Hollywood cut with, fancy transitions. It's about taking the source material and delivering it for what it is. And I think if you did that, it would make the tapes a ton more interesting. It might expose some shadiness on Third Rail's part, but if it's not illegal, what do they care? They don't need to be heroes. They need to be interesting. And they're not interesting as, hey, we're the good guy spies. Nobody believes that. So just be yourselves. And if you were, trying to make money, then, hey, we were trying to make money. Fuck you guys. You like the material, listen to it. Give me money. Give me money. Give me money. So another one to say says they were probably fined. And that's very possible. They maybe have, there's some reason why they can't. And in that case, that's sort of the double-edged sword of my offer. And it shows, on the one hand, I would love if they just came and said, hey, here, do it, we're done. And that's why I presented it as a very real, honest, and mutually beneficial offer, thinking out copyright, thinking about some long-term things. But also, it's an entertainment piece. I never expected them to respond. I don't think they hold me in super high regard as a creator. I think they hate watch a lot of my videos. I think there's Simply Sarah video where they tried to do a music parody, was them trying to do what I do poorly. So I think there's a lot of reasons that it will never happen, but it's kind of fun for the lore of the channel to know that, Dan D reached out. He's not afraid of, I'm not afraid to get involved. I wasn't afraid to call them out when they first came out on the scene. I knew it wasn't great for me as a channel. Here I am, a brand new Sarah Boone channel. And I'm like, no, fuck the new information. The new information shit. Fuck it. Don't listen to it. Fuck them. Can't trust it. Can't trust it. But at the same time, I wasn't giving any of my viewers a hard time for following the story. I remember Detective Wobbuffet and I had some really great conversations in my early Vertical lives where she was making the point, like, but I'm interested. I'm like, yeah, no, be interested, but also question, like, who are these guys? They're not just heroes bringing us news. There's something to be said for the news that's on the official record. There's a certain, there's an educational value, just like me presenting the Fenton Allen, Georgia transcript. If I just read, some guy's ramblings about suck my cock and fuck you and my lawyer wanted me to suck my cock, it's not really uplifting YouTube viewing. It's not an educational video. But as part of the court record, this is an example of things that can happen in court. And this is why you should, be observant of protocol. And this is what happens to people who aren't. And this is, instructional for a judge who gets on the bench to be able to maintain your emotions, because you're going to have clients that, so, there's a lot of aspects to it when it's in the official record that just make it more palatable. And I think that's the problem with the Third Rail tapes, is that they've been so, they're about as transparent as a piece of wax paper that's had grease on it. Like, you can kind of see, but it's not transparent, right? It's opaque. So does that answer your question, Candace? Does that kind of explain what my reason was for putting it out there? Basically, I think it is not a gold mine of material, but I think it's, you could do some Kintsukuroi with the material. I think there's, gold dust lacquer in there, and my work could actually fill in the cracks and make something more beautiful than existed before. So that's why I put out the call to Third Rail. Hey, you guys don't know what you're doing. You don't know how to edit. You don't know, you're not going to pay anyone to do it. So give them to me. And if I can make money for it and you can take half of that money, that's half more money than you ever would have had to start with. So, and Detective Wolbovitz says, I'm not interested anymore. I was naive. But it was an honest naivety. And I remember it was actually a really important conversation for me to have with viewers, because I needed to know how to position myself as a channel. And even though I initially had that distaste with Third Rail, I knew I couldn't just come out and, shit talk people for even listening. Like, anyone who listens to there, don't come to my channel. No, quite the opposite. I was like, anyone who listens to their shit really should listen to my channel. I think it's great companion viewing. If you're going to listen to the Third Rail calls, watch my parodies after so that you can, take it with a grain of salt or, a bite of humor. And yeah, Third Rail can't handle criticism. Exactly. I think that agents of Third Rail may have come on to my early videos to give me a taste of what they were getting on theirs. And when they saw me turn it into content, like a dramatic reading of a negative comment, like, oh, fuck. We're feeding this guy. Feels like we're feeding him. Better just ignore him. So I think I'm being... I think the attention I'm getting through being ignored by them is a sign that I'm doing the right thing, because they certainly don't chat about me on their channel. They're not like it. There's no fuck Dan D stuff like there is fuck Third Rail stuff on my channel anyway. I think that's the worry they have. If they let people know I exist, of their, what do they have, 5,000 or 6,000 subscribers? Yeah, I know that there's going to be more that will start coming here regularly to, content that gets released on an almost daily basis rather than weekly. It'd be great to have the material, but I don't need new material to make new material. They've got a tailings pond of poorly mined material. So there's everything, if you watch the gold mining shows, the tailings pile is like all the rocks and stuff that get separated when the gold gets pulled out. But if you have an inefficient gold harvester, that tailings pile could still have fairly substantial chunks of gold. And it's just a pain in the ass because the tailings pile is even harder to work than the regular ground. All right, I'm going to plug in my phone because I've allowed my phone to come down a little bit. 6,620 subscribers. Thank you. Catch me if you can. So I'm trying to catch them and I'm moving up. I'm at 1,100 now. Our channel started, surprisingly, almost identical times. That is, if you want the backstory for why I was... the petty reason why I hate them is because fuck them. They took my thunder. I thought that I was launching my channel at a time that I was going to be the manna from heaven for Suma, Tanika, all the people who were doing Sarah Boone content. I was going to be this, fresh off the shelf, look at this. Who's doing this new? He's doing music videos. Wow, this is fun. And like a week after I was doing it, because sure enough, Suma did like what I was doing. Danielle Chavon was like, oh, this is great. Getting just a little bit of movement. And then like the next week, they released their first call. And all of a sudden, everyone's like, oh, new calls. And they took all the attention. And I'm like, well, I'm just going to keep plugging away. And I'm doing everywhere from, hundreds to thousands of views per video. Carving out my niche, making my name. But there was definitely a little bit of initial, fuck me. All these channels would not be parodying the third rail stuff, they'd be parroting my fucking stuff. But it was good for me, because if I succeeded immediately out of the gate, kind of like they did, I probably would have burnt out too soon. I would have started doing derivative material, trying to chase the last, like, oh, they like that, okay, do this, and then turned into some sort of organ grinder, like put a quarter in and watch me dance to whatever you want. I wouldn't have been happy. Eventually, you wouldn't have been happy. It wouldn't have been good content. I think this slow and steady build, it has been really important for the channel. I think finding the Betty Broderick trial, that would have never happened if I was initially successful out of the gate. That primed me for trial rewatching, for looking for details. So it's put me in a great position for what I'm doing now with the Sarah Boone rewatch. So everything's happened for the right reasons as far as YouTube goes for me, as far as I'm concerned. But very long answer to a short question, Candace. That's why I put out the pitch to third rail. All right. With no further ado, we're 2 hours and 17 minutes into a show where I'm going to start reading the 58-page letter. From what I remember of SKR's video, we could be here for another 2 hours. And that said, we're live, so not only am I reading, I'm chatting. So, well, we'll see. We'll just see where it goes. I'm excited to get to the map. If you're not aware, this is the letter that includes the star map. I will take occasional breaks. I can't just read it all the way through. I will be reading it as though it is written well. If there's mistakes, I'm going to skip right over them and pretend she's a good writer. If she makes a stupid point, I'm going to pause and be thoughtful like it was a good point. All right. Well, to everyone who's still here, thank you for sticking around. I hope you're enjoying this overnight. Another one to say does agree that marathon brought this community together. You know, there was some really important discussions, even heated discussions during Betty Broderick. And I think with Betty, there's a lot more room to understand how someone would be sympathetic to the defendant, especially coming from the Sarah Boone universe that we are, where, you know, the defendant is universally despised. There's a lot of aspects to Betty's case that are sympathetic, and then there's a lot of reasons why she's just as abhorrent as Sarah, but in different, way different ways. Like, I think Betty, if I was at a wedding and I was seated at the table that Betty was at, I think I would have nothing but, you know, that was a great wedding. We had there was a lady at the table. Oh, she was fun. I think if I was sat at a wedding and Sarah Boone was the one who, you know, I was sat at the single table and she was one of the ones. Fuck, what a mess that wedding was. I was sat at a table and there was this fucking, holy shit, she was a nightmare. So, you know, they're very different people. The point of that side tangent is there were some initial arguments that were really heated and people, you know, taking one side or the other. And our community basically kind of realized, hey, our cakes are baked. We're not, you know, spring chickens anymore. We think how we think. We can respect people for having a different opinion. In fact, we're stronger for it. If we're having a debate and we're part of a group that has opinions that are different from ours, when we go into our personal lives, we're much more well equipped to argue with that person that holds an objectionable opinion, because you've discussed it in a safe place where, you know, opinions are debated, but personalities are respected. People are respected. So I think that was a really good thing that the Betty Broderick trial did for this community, is kind of teach us how to agree, to disagree, to enjoy a trial, and to be ourselves. And you know, we could throw out some fuck yous to each other and it's all good. You know, you just have to know how we are. That's how we are. So, okay, I think I will finally, after much ado, we will begin. And delivered June 7th, 2024. Honorable Judge Michael Kraynick. Total number of pages, 58. Not including cover sheet. Page 1. Honorable Judge Kraynick. Ongoing 5 years. Why can't I? So this is the why can't I bullet list. Use my constitutional rights. Am I the only one who cares about the ongoing violations of? Have a bond. Have all my medical records. Have all my digital evidence and discovery. Just checking. I think I should dial the audio back a touch, right? Maybe right there. That feels better. Have all my digital evidence and discovery. Have all my paperwork, notes, letters, pictures, everything of mine returned by former attorneys. Speak to my investigator. Have a complete download of my phone. These are all why can't I's, by the way. Have any of my witness lists. Give any insight, understanding, clarification, truths about my case, especially to my attorney. Be listened to by anyone, especially my attorney. Be respected for who I am truly, especially by my attorney. And not be disrespected for the and not be disrespected for the not be disrespected for the mutated malicious murderer all the world. The fuck word is that? Mutated? I think she was starting to say neutered and then switched it to tated. Like the McPotatoes. Okay. I said I was going to pretend she was smart. Especially my attorney, and not be disrespected for the McPotatoes, malicious murder, all the world, falsely, incorrectly, created, and believes me to be. Be treated fairly, lawfully, and be protected by the justice system. Those quotes are to make you ponder. It's not about somebody saying justice or system. To make you think about what is justice. What is the system? Why can't I properly, rightfully, completely defend myself? Why can't I see all and know the same as the world can and does, including my attorney? From all the phenomenal, non-permissive amount, my entire case is being available online, globally, before my trial, and most important, before I have seen myself. What, doesn't anyone know already about my case? How about my side in everything, about everything? Why can't I be correctly understood that I am not the problem? For the reasons I am on malappointed by court attorney number 8. See my letter 7/21/23. Why can't I say what I want and should, but all the world can, and say it wrong and warped? Why won't my attorney give me an honest answer? Show me everything she says she has and finished reviewing for my case, but withholds from me after I repeatedly ask for and about. I'm just setting up the music to make sure that we flow into more ambient music when this is over. Why won't my attorney give me an answer other than, I'm putting this to rest, that's not necessary, or I'm not having this conversation with you? Why won't my attorney grant me access to anything I ask her for in and about my case? Why won't my attorney, like the detectives in my case, stop putting words in my mouth? Why won't my attorney tell me what's going on in my case? It's been well over 100 days. She's been my attorney, and I still do not know. Ongoing 5 years. It hasn't been 5 years. The murder was on February 23rd, 2020. This was written June 7th, 2024. I guess by her math, this is 4 years and 4 months, which means it's, like a child. How old are you? I'm going to be 5. How long have you been in prison? It's going to be 5 years. Oh, you're almost 5. I'm going to be 5. It's going to be 5 years. Good for you, 5. Oh my God. You look like you've only been in prison for 3.5. Huh? 3.5. Why won't my attorney tell me what's going on in my case? It's been well over 100 days she's been my attorney, and I still don't know. Ongoing 5 years. Why won't my attorney answer any of my questions? Why won't my attorney ever ask me any questions? How can she supposedly know everything she needs to know from what she's been told, heard, read, seen? Why won't my attorney reassure she's on my side, for me, not against? Why won't my attorney, if she forgot about the why won't my attorney, she just is doing point forms, so forget about why won't my attorney. Why can't I already have been judged in court? Why? Sorry, okay, I read it wrong now. Both fucked up. She murdered someone. I read it wrong. Why have I already been judged in the court of public opinion? How did that happen? Why have I been sentenced by anticipation and condemned before my predicted trial? Why does my attorney and all the world think my case is already over? Your Honor, during our first introduction at my last withdrawal of court-appointed attorney number 7, Hobson, you stated to me your uninvolvement with any of the letters I write. I'm still going to write my letters, as conduitly they are to the world, where all my potential jurors are located, and this is the only way anyone, including yourself, knows the very necessary insight to my continued disadvantages, hindrances, impediments that I'm still experiencing, on top of new, spurring my intentions to write. The race to the pulpit is unfair. You were with me for trial coverage today. You'll notice that Mr. J used the word pulpit several times in questioning Sarah Boone, I think to trigger her, let her know that he also read her letters. I am still experiencing on top of the new, spurring my intentions to write. The race to the pulpit is unfair, and it is important to me that you are aware and understand what transpires when the news cameras are off and we are between my status hearings. 2, as many of the advantageous embezzlers, racketeers, mindless lemmings, and just altogether mean people can use their freedom of speech, not knowing me in any way other than what's being said by all the other mean people, and being said incredibly incorrectly. So can I? As the compelling, annoyed detectives in my case, Kepsel had to falsify documents, and Lowen wore his gun for me to see. I am sure you're familiar with, after watching all my plastered, highly misconstrued, over 30 million plus views just on one site, interviews, and in which they both repeatedly attempted to feed me their incorrect, incomplete, hypothesized opinion. By stating to me, everyone has their limits. At this seemingly endless point of perpetuality of nonsense and lawlessness still growing, I very much want to advance to the next level after ongoing 5 years now. A genuine concerned limit has been reached. Why am I still not being included in my case? How much more of my case is being added hourly, especially after this letter gets loose, to the internet, increasing the mass infection and destruction of my hopes to have a fair trial. Anything fair. My side foremost. And wondering how, if my attorney drank the punch like everyone else. All aforementioned reasons, and so many more, for this letter to be written, hoping to deter some of the unfair, one-sided finger-pointing of corruption and malpractice being directed at me only by those in the justice system who are trying to deflect the shame and shock from me fearlessly challenging the status quo. And it must be so because it's my face on the computer at the same time as my boob tube television. Brainwashed, ignorant followers of disbelief, conformity, and greed, trying unsuccessfully to make my life, by character assassination, seem worse than theirs. Know, too, when anyone points their finger, 1, it's impolite, and 2, 3, point back at you. How many of you tried it to see? Put the stone down, as there will be no casting of anything today, except maybe for the role of my part, for all the pre-conclusioned documentaries and crystal ball real-life stories of true crime, incorrectly formulated from everybody supposedly knowing me and judging who they think I am, what really happened, and is going to futuristically. And we'll just take a quick break here to say, Sarah, that's exactly why we're reading this letter. We're wanting to find out from you, because who wants to hear from other mean people about you when we could be listening to your words from you yourself? What would give us a better perspective into who you are than your own words? Just like your time on the stand. I think really, to be fair, and that's what you want, all we can do is go to the content you've provided us and take from it what we will. Res ipsa loquitur, the thing that speaks for itself. Remember, 3-point back. Soothsaying is not a real job. To sum it up in the words of my attorney, after I told her to Google me, she stated, "There's a lot." To sum it up in the words of myself, the defendant, stated to my attorney after she stated that to me, when can I see? How much longer do I have to wait? Or how many attorneys must be withdrawn for me to be included in my case? And be included more than the world presently is. This is my case in every aspect. Oh, we have some new people to the chat. Welcome, Crazy Mom Dat. Crazy Mom Nat, who I saw get a free membership in Suma's chat earlier on the Thursday. Congratulations on your membership there. Thank you to everyone who's sticking with us through the late night ASMR. Makes Sarah sound sane. She's still crazy, but Sarah Samar, yeah, because sleep into the interrogation, and I don't knock it. I think I use the interrogation to fall asleep too, probably 3 to 4 times a month. It was more than that before I had the channel, but now I have to diversify a little bit, fall asleep to other things. The R word is coming up. If you didn't get the disclaimers from the Fenton Allen, Georgia, we haven't had the R word featured yet in this broadcast, and that's going to make its way into Sarah Boone's letter on page 7. So just so you know that's coming, you can brace yourself. Also, I want to make it known I walked out on my attorney in our last meeting due to her unwarranted, uninformative, unprofessional, snotty attitude, and her untruthful answers to my questions and beyond. The retarded, vicious circle we enter every time we meet is a waste of time. And I'm saying that being in jail with the supposed endless amounts of. How she treats me is extremely prejudiced, hostile, and unconcerned. She is very frustrating. To balk or defeat in an endeavor. 2, to induce feelings. Oh, she's defining frustrating. I thought she was giving examples. Okay, no, that's fine. She is very frustrating. Frustrating. 1, to balk or defeat in an endeavor. 2, to induce feelings of insecurity, discouragement, or dissatisfaction. Frustrating. 3rd definition, to bring to nothing. She is frustrating. So the way that, okay, a little dandy, if I was your editor, the way to word that, Sarah, if you want to be effective, instead of actually listing the definitions, she is frustrating in every sense of the term. That's the sentence you're looking for there. And then people like, what do you mean every sense of the term? Then they do their own work. Oh, huh. Every sense of the term, indeed. Where did a fly come from? Okay. All right, so we're just past the definition of frustrating. How frustrated were you, Sarah? So much I presented my solution in order to coexist and work together in a hopeful, progressive, positive, appropriate manner. I added pretend judge to our interactions so she could calm down and ease up on her condescension, offensive demeanor, and obvious prejudgment. She seems like everyone else not to remember I am innocent until adjudged otherwise. And for the record, she has been adjudged otherwise. She's not innocent. She's guilty. Guilty of second-degree murder and serving life in prison. Life in prison. But yeah, we'll just read that again. She seems like everyone else not to remember I am innocent until adjudged otherwise. She treats me as if I am not. She's seen the evidence, Sarah. After my introduction and explanation with pretend judge in the room or on the phone, I'm trying to help her understand how she is making herself extremely unwelcoming. Trying to teach her a lesson, as it were, with pretend judge. But not a lesson, just, help her understand so she could be better in the future. You know what would have really helped, Sarah, is if you were able to record her on your phone with pretend judge, because then you could have showed it to her after so she could learn to be a better person. I don't know why you didn't try that, Sarah. That seems like the sort of thing that you would be good at. That's true. Lutheros is mentioning in the chat, mentioning to Candace that Chelsea denied the phone call. And yeah, that was fairly explicit in the testimony. Did the defendant says that you called about, being pregnant? That did not happen. Okay. No cross on that did not happen. So and that's true. So Candace points out, Luther, she didn't deny it in the hearing. I noticed in trial watching with Dan, she wasn't as adamant about the call not happening. Because, yes, there is a point in the trial where she's like, I don't know, I might have given her the number, I might have said something, but, was it like I made a big plan to trick Sarah into the... So maybe she's giving credence that there might have been some offhand conversation. Well, I'm pregnant. I really don't want to get out. Maybe swing by the OCC tomorrow. Your non-pregnant ass, Sarah. All right, we'll get back to the introduction and explanation for pretend judge. It is funny, too, in the court case we watched today in the trial footage, there was a point where James Owens used real Judge Kraynick, as a way to talk to his client, Sarah, and make sure that she understood what her rights were. There was a couple of very funny points during the trial today where, Ms. Boone, you understand that? It's like, you could just see that it was basically Judge Kraynick facilitating an open court conversation to cover James Owens' ass, really. But it protects the appellate record from ineffective representation from counsel. I feel like I'm taking a break while I'm chatting, but I end up talking more, and then I'm like, and now we'll get into it. I need to take more of a break. After my introduction and explanation for pretend judge in the room or on the phone, I'm trying to help her understand how she is making herself extremely unwelcoming. When in front of a real judge and in the courtroom is how she should treat me, her client, at all times. I should not have to invent pretend judge in order to be, and am not at all wrong for wanting to be respected, no matter the outcome. I am innocent until adjudged otherwise, which she has been, as guilty. My attorney, everyone, should be fair, unbiased, trustworthy, honest, supportive, informative, protective, automatically and effortlessly. I want you to do it without even trying. Okay. I should feel secure, highly confident, proud in her representing my life. I do not, and have said to her many times regarding her monumental disbelief in me and my case, which I believe contributes greatly to her inimical attitude towards me. Someone in the chat wants to look up inimical, I-N-I-M-I-C-A-L. It's 3 I's for the consonants, I-N-I-M-I-C-A-L. I'm sure it means snotty, but if you want to drop a definition in the chat, I'll read that when I get to it. Regarding her monumental disbelief in me and my case, which I believe contributes greatly to her inimical attitude towards me. I am hoping by this letter she will pick up the sword of injustice and fight alongside, not against me, as so many unmotivated, underwhelmed, weak attorneys prior who have bowed out ungracefully and crept away from the battlefield unsuccessful. I have a little bit of a word game going on here. My case equals bizarre. Bizarre equals unknown. Unknown equals different. Different equals ignorance. Ignorance equals misunderstood. Misunderstood equals unfair. And if I can do the math on that statement, we can just skip from my case to the end, unfair. My case, bizarre, unknown, different, ignorant, misunderstood, unfair. I don't think the equal signs are there. I think you can use some greater than and less than signs. I don't think they're necessarily equal. I think her case is more, well, it might be equal parts bizarre in her case. Unknown and bizarre? No. Greater bizarre, way more bizarre than unknown. Unknown equals different? No, it's way more different than unknown, so neither of those are equal. Different versus ignorance. I don't know where ignorance isn't difference. I think she was looking, or unless that's a whole nother line. No, because the equals is up here. Yeah, there's no parallel between difference and ignorance. If you're going in the other direction, you could have ignorance is related to difference, and sometimes people are ignorant to people who are different. But I don't think it flows the other way where you go differences equal ignorance. Anyway, interesting little linguistic gymnastics that she's doing there. My case equals bizarre, equals unknown, equals different, equals ignorance, equals misunderstood, equals unfair. She has signed this. We are only on page 9. This is the 58-page letter. This might be just the author's note, the prologue. This does not mean my case can't equal success, and in more than one way. While everyone continues to ring their bells of malevolence, I am ringing mine of hope, honor, plausibility, boldness. Listen, I am not a murderer. The justice system should equal fair, truth, fair, faith. Faith. How the justice system should equal faith? No. Okay, never mind. This is about reading. It's not about comment. I am not a murderer. The justice system should equal fair, faith, trust, respect. Innocent until and if adjudged otherwise. 3. Point back. Sarah Boone. Confused cat meme. Yes, thank you. In one of my chats, somebody was asking, what does confused cat meme mean? And this was the use of confused cat meme. Sarah was bragging to Lana in one of the letters that was brought to light thanks to Tanika's reporting on the tablet messages. I left confused cat meme as part of my... Oh, did you? Oh my God, that's so funny. And the girls giggled and Sarah wallowed in the success of adding confused cat meme to the postscript of her letter. Okay, so this is now a new page 1, but part of the 58-page filing that was received on June 7th. I guess from the date of this on June 4th. Yeah, so she just finished writing and is like, you know what? I've got more paper. I've got more pens. I've got more to say. New day, new words. Sarah, bring it to us. All right, Margarita, drifting off to the dulcet tones of Dandy True Crime. If you notice any problems on the road on your way to falling asleep, give us a call at Dandy True Crime. That's a free number on your cell phones. If you see any wildlife or fallen rock while you're out there, give us a call. Stay safe on those roads and don't speed. June 4th, 2024. Video visit, 12 minutes. In addition to my previous letter, intended for hand delivery on June 7th, 2024, at my status hearing, today my attorney made a video visit to go over everything I have been asking her for and have also sent to her personally in 2 letters, 520, 525. Well, great. Sarah's going to be so thrilled. So she's getting action on her requests. It is June the 4th. She sent 2 letters on May 20th and 25th. And here it is. Okay, so she got a video visit. Well, this is going to be fantastic. So Sarah's going to be in a great mood, I'm sure. This is good news. Okay. Let me read now, knowing that she's happy, because I didn't realize. Usually she's complaining, so. In addition to my previous letter intended for hand delivery on June 7th at my status hearing, today my attorney made a video visit to go over everything I've been asking her for, and I've also sent her personally in 2 letters, all on the public video visitation box, where both sides of me were less than 5 inches away from my other visit. Other inmates were having their visits. Oh, that's nervy. Can you imagine that? You're having you're meeting with your attorney, and other inmates have the nerve to have their visits right there in the visitation station? That's fucking, some things are uncalled for. Like, you've got to have etiquette in prison. Could you imagine Sarah is there talking to her lawyer, and you even have the gall to use one of the visitation booths intended for prisoners to have visits? Oh, no wonder she's so upset. Sometimes I just go off on her without giving her the benefit of the doubt. Poor Sarah. Having a visit while your other inmates have a visit. Oh, that had to be infuriating. I would have been aghast. Okay, so what happened? I have explained to my attorney numerous times, previously in writing and verbally, that despite the noise level, I do not in any way feel comfortable having in-depth, private meetings regarding my entire criminal case on the visitation box, where there is no privacy whatsoever, and held in an open bay dorm with more than 62 other interested, all ears, inmates. Super reasonable concerns, you know. You're stuck in prison. You got an interesting story. You got a bunch of people with nothing better to do than listen to interesting stories. I would be hesitant to have them have my story, because that's all I would be talking about if I heard about this story in prison, where I'm bored and have nothing but time and endless amounts of. I cannot fully participate, if at all, from the entire dorm, officer included, trying to participate also in my case. Okay, I didn't read that quite right. She's saying, I cannot fully participate, if at all, from the entire dorm, officer included, trying to participate also in my case. How can I possibly talk to you when I've got 15 different inmates craning their necks trying to get some morsel, some little piece of my case that the world doesn't already know? Poor Sarah. Charlie Brown on Christmas Eve with a sad Christmas tree and a bunch of friends that just made him feel bad. As always, my attorney did not listen or care after I repeatedly tried reminding her of my unsecure environment, barking at me, I can listen or not, still going, over speaking, and not allowing me to respond. Okay, I'm going to do a little aside, but how I picture this meeting happening is Patricia Cashman coming in. Okay, look, Sarah, you've been sending me a lot of letters. I know you're not happy. Just, if you don't want people to hear, listen to what I have to say. You're talking too loud, so I'm just going to say it. I have 10 minutes to be. Stop talking, please. I don't want people to hear. You're going to go to jail. Take the plea. No matter what happens, take the plea, take the plea, take the plea. Oh, my God, get out of here. You're not listening to me. You're not my lawyer. After repeating to her over and over and over, while she's beginning to speak louder and over me, still to please schedule an in-person meeting where all can be discussed further privately, with no success of being heard. I disconnected the visit telephonically. She uncooperatively. I disconnected the visit telephonically. She did it by her uncooperation. Finds a way to blame. Okay. I'm getting distracted here. Let me get back to just reading. I wonder why I'm getting distracted. I disconnected the visit telephonically. She uncooperatively. She is impossible. See previous letter. Or ask her for a copy of the 2 I sent her. I was trying to remedy or lessen before sending this to you, Your Honor, and not having to include. Now, it's a race to the pulpit. My question, please. Who acts like that and is still able to call themselves professional? A visitation box is primarily for family and friends to connect. And if a must from an attorney, reminders, notices, quick questions, not high-level, confidential case information. Okay, this is where I got to take another quick sidebar. Sarah's so vain. You don't think that the other prisoners, when they have their visits with their family, aren't 100% focused on their own fucking visit and don't give a shit about your stupid case, as interesting as it is, as many morsels of gold are in there for people to talk about as gossip? Like, oh, shut up, Mom. Shut up. Sarah's saying something. How fucking vain. Like, you're so vain you think the other people's prison visits are about you? No. These people, their lives are as desperate as yours, Sarah. And if being incarcerated didn't give you at least a window into universal suffering and the fact that, you're not the only one who has problems, nothing else will. Anyway. She, like other attorneys, who always, always, always blame their dysfunctions on me, said, "You don't like the answers I give you." What answers? See pages 1, 2, and 3. A lot of questions, no answers. All right, sorry for the scroll. I am not the problem, except that I want to and should be treated fairly, with respect. Acting more professional than the paid, quote, I've been doing this for over 40 years, end quote, professional. After so long and in all the experience, common courtesy, customer service, and listening skills should have been acquired. All attorneys, do you even remember why you wanted to be one? Remind yourself. I'll give you a second. No one listens. And it works in everyone's favor, but mine. That I am a murderer stuck in jail. So they can pin on me they're uninterested, unmotivated, hopeless. They're going to believe me over her. Haughty attitude. I'm not wrong for thinking less of myself because everyone else has and does, this present attorney foremost. Just realized that I still have, the title for this is Fenton Allen. I know everyone here knows I'm reading the 58-page letter, but people scrolling might not. So give me a second. I'm just going to put up a text treatment. And kind of excuse me for doing this on the fly, but that's the only way we do things here. So I'm going to add a little text bar that hopefully isn't too distracting, but just lets people know that the 58-page letter is being read. Let's see, go with purple for domestic violence. Go with colored letters. Yellow stands out. Washington Huskies. Text will say, oh, I didn't realize it's a gradient. That's kind of cool. 8-page. Okay, that's going to be too big. Too big. Okay, let's get in there on the properties and add some. What can I? Geez, the size is crazy. Oh, Okay, let's give them each their own. They're a 58 page. Okay, that's more manageable. Somewhere over here. Okay. That's not bad, right? There we go. No one listens. And it works in everyone's favor but mine. That I'm a murderer stuck in jail so they can pin on me their uninterested, unmotivated, hopeless, they're going to believe me over her, haughty attitude. I am not wrong for not thinking less of myself because everyone else has and does this present attorney foremost. The justice system expects me and other inmates, also known as clients, to accept its subpar, nonchalant, hypocritical, next on the list attorneys they keep aimlessly throwing darts for and malappointing, praying they don't withdraw. I have not fired any attorneys appointed in my case. From me expecting the highest equal standards possible, for wanting the absolute best outcome in my preposterous, mismanaged case, and representing myself is not an option. As both judges have now threatened me with, from being outspoken and intelligent in all my observations of the ongoing abuse I am and have experienced. I have no new experiences from it, always being the same blame Boone. I refuse to be moved in wanting respect, no matter who anyone thinks I am. Clarity, inclusion, honesty, and professionalism. And another great reason not to have my case meetings on the public visitation box is my personal, confidential, inmate information, such as my visitation lists from 2020 to 2023, with names, etc., my interactions with inmates and prisoners, what I eat, when, shout out to Daniel Chavon. My personal jail calls are also being thrown online. Shout out to Tanika. For what? And to classified crime. To hate me? Or to try and get others to? Because I don't eat breakfast? Dial it back. We're not doing mad, Sarah. Because I don't eat breakfast? Or because I know some Latin? Have short hair? Or my penmanship is nice? Because I'm not getting fat and sleeping all day, but rather fully applying myself, fighting still, making everyone upset from not having to fabricate. Mutate. What the fuck is that word? She used it again. Mutate? N-I-E-E. No. N-U-E. No. Mutate? N-U-E-T-A-T-E. The fuck is going on with that word? She used it twice. Maybe she's trying to say mutate? The other words for context are fabricate, splice, and edit. fabricate, nitate, All right, mutate is the word. Making everyone upset from not having to fabricate, mutate, splice, edit. The world, apparently, knows all. Shout out to YouTuber Tanika. Welcome to the chat, Kintsukuroi. No one knows anything, nor seems to want to, from being comfortable in their corruption and striving to be on top with ratings, web hits, money. My case details, if anyone forgot, and if you think about it, all that keeps getting plastered, plagiarized, posted, poked fun at. About me, it's all in my favor, proving myself right about all the mindless lemmings, shut-ins, the justice system advantageously abusing and profiting from everything in my cases. Reference to the family law case, shout out Judge Jackson. Before my trial, before I've seen. Be sure to read my attachment for FRCP Rule 3.220. I'm not going to read the attachment. Fuck you. Don't tell me what to do. Might be interesting. I'll scan it, but I'm probably not reading the attachment. Please be sure to read my attachment for FRCP Rule 3.220, Section E, restricting disclosure. Am I the only one who thinks of these things? When can I win in anything? It's coming. I am not the problem. And if anyone were to slip on my slides and have to experience, tolerate, deal with any of what I have and am, would bravely be doing the same. Don't knock it till you try it. 3-point back. Race to the pulpit. Again, always, Sarah Boone. Oh, we have another page one. Okay, this is the Florida statutes and notated Florida rules of criminal procedure. These are the rules of discovery. I can't see any reason I would read this. Like I'm reading it, but I don't think I'm going to read it. She complained about getting her discovery, but all of those complaints were moot. We'll scroll it slow enough that if anyone's really interested in it, if there's an opportunity. But the reality is her discovery was continually provided to her. There's no discovery violation just because she's moving from attorney to attorney. If her initial discovery wasn't provided to her for 4.5 years, yeah, pretty solid argument. If all the discovery wasn't taken from your own fucking material, probably a good argument. Like if they came out with a bunch of outside material, but most of it came from her. Item F is kind of interesting. Because this is probably where she put a star by H. Okay, I'm going to read F and I'm going to read H because I think they have some. Item F. Any tangible papers or objects that were obtained or belonged to the defendant are supposed to be returned. So I think that was about why haven't I got my phone back? But H, and this she put a star by, they must disclose whether there has been any electronic surveillance, including wiretapping, of the premises, the defendant, or of the conversations to which the defendant was a party, and any documents relating thereto. So the discovery violation might be if there was some unauthorized wiretap, but there wasn't. It was your phone being taken as evidence after the fact and them discovering all that. It wasn't like they were recording her conversations and they sent out Kiefer Sutherland in the 24 team. You have to get out there. This man's going to get killed in the suitcase. We can tell things are going bad. We knew the tone. All right, so let's scroll through the rest of the letter for letter. Can you imagine taking the time to copy out a statute of Florida code? Like, the judge can look it up. You can really, if anything you're going to reference, saying Florida DTR 3.220E, that's how the lawyers talk about it. They don't fucking write it out by hand. This is almost like she's been punished. Like, write out the rules to discovery by hand so that you know what you're asking for. And even from writing them out by hand, these ones have a star by them, but I'm not going to read them. Even writing out the rules of discovery by hand, she made all kinds of incorrect claims about her rights on discovery constantly. Like, this is in June, so these are the hearings that we watched from July and August. I want my discovery. Why can't I get my discovery? Well, why can't I have a USB? Well, other than the USB being fashioned into a weapon, why can't I have it? I never asked for digital. Why can't I have my hard copy? Well, if I had a hard copy, I could do it all night. Studying my case. Well, how many items did you open? Not more than one. Okay, now this looks like Bible verses. I will read those. Why is there a blank page? What are these even? That's not discovery. It is discovery, okay. Maybe she was leaving herself room. And then just like, oh, shit, I didn't need any more room. Okay, this has got to be out of order for it to be, okay. Oh my God, it's the Declaration of Independence. That's just the second page of it, so they are out of order. I'm not reading the Declaration of Independence. I will read. Oh, okay, it's just the first. It's a preamble. Well, fuck that. I'll read that. That's quite a. Okay, I've got a. This is a document for the ages. The American Declaration of Independence, written 1776. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That, to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Powerful document. Not reading the Florida Constitution. Not reading the definition of a client. Not reading Webster's definition of a client. It looks like the attorney definition is a Sarah original, so we will read that. All attorneys owe a client a duty of zealous representation, balanced by the obligation to serve justice and act as an officer of the court. Attorneys also have an obligation to keep the confidence of a client at all times and to keep the client informed of all matters related to the client's interest, to inform the client of law related to the client's affairs, and to defer to the client's decisions, although the attorney has no obligation to the client to perform or refrain from any act contrary to the highest standards of professional responsibility and to the law. Attorney-client privilege. One of the oldest recognized privileges for honest, equitable, confidential communications intended to encourage open, full, frank communication between attorneys and their clients, thereby promoting broader, confident correspondence in accordance with the appropriate observance of law and administration of justice. Zealous advocacy. An attorney must represent each client to the fullest extent under the law and requires representation to the attorney's fullest abilities without violating the rules of professional responsibility. It requires not only presenting each argument required by a client to every institution in which that client has business, but also framing each argument in the strongest terms of law that greatly benefits the client while remaining faithful to the facts of the law itself. Zealous advocacy is a requirement of oaths and required by attorneys admitted to the success of the adversary system of justice. Disruptive, disrespectful, degrading, or any disparaging rhetoric is never an inclusion of zealous advocacy, and the use of such crosses the line from acceptable forceful advocacy into unethical conduct. That's in the Bouvier Law Library, 2012 edition. All right, definitions. Definition of duress, habeas corpus, literally translates into great writ. Habeas corpus doesn't literally translate into great writ, I don't think. Habeas corpus, I think, translates into show me the body. And corpus is something about body. She says it's great writ. I don't trust her definition. Habeas corpus is basically the concept of show me the body. So you have the right to a trial. And if you're, accused of murder, you have the right to say, hey, show me the body. You're saying I did this. Bring in the evidence. That's what habeas corpus. Great writ. Maybe that. I wonder why she thinks it doesn't mean that in Latin. I don't know what habeas means, but I'm guessing it means something about show. Corpus is definitely corpse, so neither great nor writ is corpus. Quick look at the chat. I let myself go. Got people talking about Big Macs and apple pies. Of course, YouTuber Tanika. All right, we will continue. It's 2:30 a.m. on the west coast of North America, 5:30 a.m. in Ocala, Florida. Sarah right now is waking up to refuse her breakfast and go back to bed. And if you're with me now, you have the choice of staying up, going to bed, doing whatever you like, because it's your life. And while the music's off, where are we going to go next? Drone indeed. No, we will come back up to the Fluidscape here, because anything that has lyrics in it could throw me off at this point. It's nice. This is nice. This is how I started the appellate read. So Sarah's going to get equal treatment here with This raises the bar. Like, even if you're writing shitty, it makes it sound good. The answer brief was written very, very well. Fuck, there's a lot of definitions. She really knows how to pad out a paper, eh? Class, you've been given an assignment of a 5-page essay. Wow, Sarah, 58 pages. Guess I'm going to get an A, right? Okay, is this some original material again? Abusive process. Fuck me, no, this is a lot easier to read with all the stuff that we get to skip. Interrogation. There's an explanation of what that is. We'll save some time. See Sarah Boone interrogation for an understanding of what interrogation is. Custodial interrogation. Yeah, they stipulated to that, so. Oh, that is kind of good. Okay, that is original, at least. We will read that. So the top part is her copying something about interrogations, but then she says she's got bracket stuff. Okay. She's right about the first thing she says here. Interrogation is distinct from interview. Yes, even law enforcement personnel that I've watched, I think Cowboy Criminology talks about this. Everything's an interview. Some interrogations are also interviews, but not all interviews are interrogations. And basically, you come on the scene of a crime, you want to interview people, you want to find out what happened. You're not necessarily looking to figure out who's guilty, like you do want to know the basic facts of, what did you see, but you're not approaching that conversation from you're guilty, prove me right. At interrogation, the person at that point has been identified as a suspect. It doesn't necessarily mean they're in custody, but if you're, playing the language game and trying to or determine the distinction of an interview from an interrogation, if you're suspected of doing the crime, you're probably being interrogated. And whether or not you've had your rights read to you, it's a good time to invoke your rights. And contrary to popular belief, the right to remain silent, you say, I'm invoking my right to remain silent. You don't just stay silent like Ruby Frankie? I guess it works, but you can just say, I invoke my right. Leave them asking you 20 questions. Interrogation is distinct from interview, as titled on my transcripts. Oh, because they call it the interview with her. So it's like, you called it an interview and it's clearly an interrogation. I would think there is some case to be made that her second interview could be called an interrogation, but could be just as well called an interview, because every interrogation is an interview. You're just doing an interview with a suspect, which could also be called an interrogation. But an interview is a fairly wide-ranging term. So if she's upset that the title on the transcripts for that was interview rather than interrogation, interview is a broader term. It includes interrogations. An interview could be, everything from a job interview. That's not an interrogation. All right. I've read 4 words and taken 40 words to discuss them. That's not the way we're going today. Interrogation is distinct from interview, as titled on my transcripts, in that the police seek not merely information in general from the suspect, but also statements from the suspect that are either directly or indirectly incriminating. No, Sarah, it's the fact that it's a suspect. You're probably, even the first one, you were, by that point, that was an interrogation as well, because they had good reason to suspect you did it, being the only other one who was a living person in the house. Les Penny and Tess did it and framed you. This may involve direct questioning or other action designed ultimately to elicit such an incrimination, and is subject to the due process of law, without any compulsion of any kind. Interrogation, as a conceptualized in the Miranda sense, reflects a measure of compulsion above and beyond that inherent in custody itself, referring not only to express questioning, but also to any words or actions on the part of the police, other than those normally attendant to arrest and custody, that the police should know are reasonably likely to elicit an incriminating response from the suspect. Okay, that's stupid too, Sarah, because you were read your Miranda rights. She feels like she was tricked into admitting she killed George. You didn't admit you killed George. You knew that they were trying to feed you. So what's the complaint? Like, you obviously had your wits about you. You were compos mentis. Custodial interrogation. Interrogation of a person in the custody of law enforcement officials and following a person's arrest or custody. The hallmark of custodial interrogation is that the person knows that the person is in custody and has no freedom to leave. I did not know. Oh, it's a longer one. I did not know I was in custody and could not leave. I was told by Kepsel, come pick up my phone. No warning of being interrogated again, end quote. And for the sake of knowledge, she did bring in a list of questions, so there was some sense that she knew she would have a chance to, interrogate the detectives about her questions. During custodial interrogation, the stakes of the interrogation are higher than when a person is free to go, and any statement made in custody during is presumed to be coerced under the Fifth Amendment. Again, okay. An excited utterance that came up in the Karen Reed trial where it was like, oh, I killed him? Oh, she said I killed him. Well, that can be, it's not hearsay. You're able to, and here's the map. This is one of my favorite SKR moments when he was reading this letter and is like kind of scrolling. Okay, skipping this. Oh, there's a map. He doesn't have head on camera, but I can just imagine his head tilted left. Like, what is this about? So he's obviously scrolling through the map as he's doing his read, but then it comes to like, okay, we're going to find out what this map is about. We will read what the map was about. Publicity, exploitation, and saturation. United States map. Page 1. To date, each star is a state where I have received correspondence via mail or message regarding my criminal case. Now we'll just scroll the U.S. map. And this star map is showing, as north is Maine, down into New York, Virginia support, one supporter in North Carolina, another in South. Let's talk more about the places she doesn't have support. That's kind of interesting. Nobody in Alabama, not a single person in Mississippi, nobody in Tennessee, nobody in Kentucky, nobody in Iowa, nobody in Arkansas, nobody in Oklahoma, nobody in New Mexico, nobody in Mexico. That one doesn't surprise me. Nobody in Nebraska, nobody in North Dakota, nobody in Montana, someone from Washington, someone from Idaho, nobody in Oregon, nobody in Utah, Nevada, yes, California, yes. All right, so that is the United States. A lot of states without a supporter. This one's funny too. So this is the world map, and she's got stars on the continents that she's got letters from. I think this is funny because one of the continents that she has stars on is North America with 2. I don't know how she has 2 continents in North America that have written her letters, but okay, 2 continents. World map, page 2. To date, each star is a continent, underlined, because of confidence that she's correct. To date, each star is a continent where I've received correspondence via mail or message regarding my criminal case. And we'll just go back again because no Australia. Her Asian star is placed near Japan, but that, is a pretty wide region for a single star. No African support. Looks like somebody in England. English dandy, fine and dandies. You find out who that English supporter is. And then, the 2 in North America, nothing from South America. So she did the whole effort of a world map just to put a star on Europe and one on Asia. I don't know, would have been more impressive even if there was just like a half dozen countries that she put stars on that were the countries, not the continents of the world. At this point, she has 3/7, so she doesn't even have a plurality of continents going for her. Is there anything from... No, Antarctica didn't give nothing. All right. Oh, but the number grows daily. Most all letters and messages are available for review and understanding of the impact of my case details being made readily available on the global internet, creating wrongful ignorance, hate, massive prejudgment before my trial. Shout out to YouTuber Tanika. I, the defendant in my case, have not yet, ongoing 5 years, fully reviewed or even seen all of my case details. Everyone in the world has already had the opportunity to do so themselves. The continuation of the obvious exploitation allows the world to keep pressing their incorrect, presumed, unfair theories, ideas, accusations, forcibly insinuating that I committed criminal acts. My present attorney said it's not necessary to receive a court order I've been trying to obtain to download my case information to apply from the OCCD tablets. My former attorneys are withholding some of my case contents I have supplied to them and which have been deemed lost. Many other items have been returned, not to myself, but to the next attorney, which have been unable to be located to date. I am missing innumerable case items, which I continuously request to be returned or obtained without success. All right, we have yet another page 1. It feels like I'm really getting nowhere here. 58-page letter, and I'm still on fucking page 1. This has been a half an hour. All right, page 1. Oh, Margarita fixed the problem with the volume, okay. Yeah, other people have got it okay, so that was just the personal issue. Habeas corpus is mentioned by another one to say. Busy Mom has a cat eye in her. Giving a little side eye, I know you're up. Kintsukuroi is on the way into work. I hope I don't put the driver to sleep. All right, we have a number of definitions of invasion of privacy. These are Supreme Court definitions, so Sarah was in the law library. Did a little copy and pasting in the only way that a criminal knows how, like a punishment. I don't think any of the invasion of privacy stuff applies. This is kind of fun because she's done a fun title for it. This is the same title she uses. I guess she was practicing it. So we know the circus flyer is the end of this 58-page. And kudos to Sarah for saving it for the end, you know. You want a little cherry at the end of the sundae? Usually it's the top of the sundae. Or we're building up the sundae. We're getting to the end, and that'll be the cherry on top. But she had to practice, you know. You don't do a first draft of that circus font. You have to practice it in a few spots. And it looks like publicity, exploitation, and saturation was one place she practiced her circus font out. My personal, individual, criminal case is being advantageously exploited and abused from all my significant, life-saving, suppressible case details. Evidence proof being illegally obtained by coercion, trickery, duress, confusion, and without my permission in any form, written or vulgar, to anyone, and then broadcasted, distributed, and delivered to the entire planet, states, countries, continents, containing all of my potential jurors, causing irreparable, erroneous, falseness, greatly tainting, You're not on a loop. I'm a child. Greatly tainting my jury pool altogether by forcibly attributing heavily influenced, incorrect, inappropriate motives, theories, ideas. I can't believe how much taint comes up in Sarah Boone coverage. Like, I made a joke of it, and I think it was even at the end of, that was one of my first Friday night rambles from the basement. But, it came up that something was tainted. Taint. But I can't do a podcast now without taint somehow making its way in. Well, there's worse things. Welcome to Taint ASMR, where vulgar language and inappropriate context information is delivered in a sleepy time format to help you get to sleep to words like taint, motherfucker, asshole, tried to suck my dick. This obvious exploitation and invasion of my privacy is creating unnecessary, unlawful oppression, depleting all my entitled opportunities to be given a fair, proper, successful conclusion of my case. Who's what? Gives a taint to the faint to the taint-hearted? I don't think I said that right, but that's still, I think I got the spirit of the message. Misprejudgment has already been unfairly made against me from the undeniable violations of my constitutional rights and due process of law. As a result of my entire case and personal life being publicized globally before my rightful trial, which lawfully, ethically, should be without disadvantage and free from all partiality, deceitfulness, and dishonesty, made from said evident exploitation. The definitions you heard earlier were collected from the Bouvier Law Library, from the Merriam-Webster's Dictionary, and from a smart communications tablet. A little backstory, the smart communications tablet is also referred to by Sarah as a toddler tablet. Definitions collected from my toddler tablet, from a dictionary, from the law library. I understand all these words without having to look them up, so I will just quickly show you the words. Well, abuse is kind of fun because she didn't need to put pervert in there, but she did. Abuse, a corrupt practice, to put to a wrong use, to misapply or misuse, like pronouncing this pervert instead of pervert. Application to, and for a wrong purpose. Very nice to have the definition of illegal. Illegal is not lawful or sanctioned by official rules, not according to or authorized by law. Illicit would be another word for illegal. Definition 7, trickery, deception by tricks, stratagems, fraud. It was quite a stratagem by Chelsea Kepsel to use her pregnancy to convince Sarah to come into the OCC Sheriff's Office. Brilliant stratagem. Well done, Chelsea. Confusion. To make mentally unclear or uncertain. To disturb the composure of. The state of being mixed or blended. To confuse indistinctness or error. To cause or make disorder. Tumult. I am thoroughly confused. That's why I'm thoroughly confused here. Okay, page 4, just more definitions. Oh, definition 16. There's a fun one. Definition 16. Taint. T-A-I-N-T. Taint. 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 Corrupt. Contaminate. To affect or become affected with something bad. A contaminating mark or influence. To imbue with something extraneous, especially with something poisonous. So like when Rasputin had poison placed into his wine, you could say his wine was tainted. Incorrect. Not correct. Not according to established rules. Inaccurate. Faulty. Not in accordance to a copy or model or testimony. Not true. Wrong. Motive. Something as a need or desire that causes a person to act. That which produces conception, invention, or creation in the mind. A guiding or controlling idea of or relating to motion. Okay, of or relating to motion is a completely separate definition of motive. That's getting to the root of motive. So if something is like emotive, okay, never mind. Not redefining her definitions. Deplete, futile, there we go. And she came back and, that's not futile, that's entitle. Never mind. Thought that was futile on my first look. Number 29, success, also successful, resulting in success, accomplishing what was proposed, favorable or desired outcome, the result of an undertaking, endeavor or effort. So when she's talking about a successful conclusion to her case, she was describing a desired outcome, which is probably not guilty. But I thought she was talking in code this whole time. Do you think that will help me lead to a successful resolution of my case? What the hell does successful mean? I'm an idiot, but thank you, Sarah. You've defined it. Success was a desired outcome. So you did not get your desired outcome. You were not successful in your endeavor. unfair, marked by injustice, partiality, deception, unjust, not fair or honest, disingenuous, using or involving trick or artifice, unequal. You know, the kind of person that uses stratagems would probably use artifice. I think that a person skilled in stratagem planning would naturally want to use artifices in their endeavors. Constitutional right or rights. A right protected under the Constitution of the United States of America. And the most contemporary sense of right, which implies a greater emphasis on the idea that the right is conferred upon the person by the Constitution. And without a Constitution, the person would have no rights. The enforcement of constitutional rights is a matter not only for the courts, but all branches of government also. Okay, now we're getting into rights. Due process. Claiming for due process when you've delayed your case by 4.5 years is fairly rich. But I deserve a speedy trial. Now I demand more delays. Ethical. Conforming to accepted and professional standards of conduct, of or belonging to morals, treating the moral feelings and duties according to, in harmony with moral principles or characters. Deceit, also deceitful, an attempt or disposition to lead into error, any trick, collusion, contrivance, false representation, or underhanded practice used to defraud another, fraudulent, causes to believe what is false, entrap, seduce by artifice, mislead. All right, page 12. It looks like now that we've brushed up on the vocab necessary for this next section, we are ready to continue. Page 12. Excited utterances are admissible evidence, despite both the hearsay rule and confrontation clause, because they are only admissible when the circumstances of the statement are sufficient to demonstrate that the statement was unthinking, unplanned reaction to events. To introduce an excited utterance, the proponent must demonstrate that the statement was made during or following a startling event or condition. This is really weird that she's spending any time on excited utterances because hers are recorded. It's not like somebody is saying, you know, oh my God, you said this. Oh no, I just said this in a moment of passion. It's like, it's recorded. Okay, I'm still going to read it, but it has no bearing. Like unless she's talking about it from a standpoint of that she can report on George's excited utterances, but even those are mostly recorded. The stress of excitement caused by the event or condition, and the statement relates to a startling event or condition. The manner in which the excitement is caused may be direct, as when the declarant is a participant in the event or a witness to it, or indirect, as when the declarant learns of the event later. Yeah, we're not going to read the rest of the excited utterance because there is no excited utterance in your case. Why are you even concerned with that, Sarah? Okay, these two are starred, so she thinks they're important. Coercion, unlawful force, fear, or threats to spur another to conduct. It is the influence, compulsion, or restraint that diminishes free will and causes them to do or to refrain from doing anything. It is the basis for the crime of criminal coercion, which is a form of blackmail. Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, a federal or state statute requiring government agencies to release information on request. It is a statute that requires the So she's now explaining why we get to see her case. Okay, well, please explain. It is a statute that requires the dissemination of information held by government agencies through regular publication of such information, or by the release of such information only by request. Oh my God, is that the bottom of the page? How am I at the bottom? I've moved letters. What the fuck happened? I'm reading the June 4th, 2024 letter. She just defines things so much. Oh my God. You guys have probably noticed that I'm not scrolling anymore. Oh, I'm getting sleepy. Okay, let me find the window that's got this open. Oh my goodness. File, view, window. How did I switch to the wrong letter? I was on the 58 pager. Did I close it? Okay, no. I just somehow clicked on the side page. Okay. Okay, that was all. No. Is that the end? I thought the circus letter is at the end. 58 page, June 7th. How did I make it to the end? And is the circus letter not part of that flyer? No, I guess not, because she has Cashman. Okay, well, gang, we've made it to the end of the 58-page letter. What a letdown that it's just definitions to finish. Didn't finish on a flourish? Yeah, well, we can't have that. I'm not going anywhere. Let's see what we can find. Oh, that's disappointing. There was lots of good in that letter, but yeah, the structure's all off. And then sentencing transcript, eviction, HK final, motions about finances. Choose motion? What's that? Choose motion come up for you guys? Let's see. Okay, I have to change my window. Oh, that's not worth reading. Well, I'll just read it, but there's no point in bringing it up. But Sarah Boone, defendant, 10-10-77. This cause coming on this day of trial. The defendant being now present and represented by David Veray, Winston Hobson, Rachel Fugate, James Owens, Kevin Beck, Tony Henderson. You have... Oh, and then it's just defense to provide order to allow defendant to wear dress shoes. State placed offer on the record. Defendant rejected offer. So the state offered to allow her to wear dress shoes. Instead, she wore those little flats. I'm not taking anything from the state. All right. Well, if we've gotten through that, I'm going to close this. Can we do as remaining content. I don't think I have any other letters. Sentencing transcript. I do have her forgiveness gold. We did this last week, but a little bit there. That's 22 pages. This is the unedited statement from the from her sentencing. So we heard the tip of the iceberg. This is the rest of the iceberg. I can set that up. And maybe we'll let this be the last one. It's a little late. It's just past 3 a.m. in the West Coast. Let's do an update to where it is getting the bottom information from. Unedited gold. Boom. Michael Kraynick, December 6, 2024 is on your screen. It needs to also be on mine. This is the rest of the iceberg. Judge Kraynick is no longer referred to as Judge Kraynick. He is now Mr. Michael Kraynick. Mr. Life in Prison Kraynick. Made a whole pitcher of coffee and I haven't even filled it once. We're going to take a second to do that. Mr. Michael Kraynick. I am enclosing, please, my complete statement to you and the world, as I partially read during my sentencing hearing. Oh, I should update the screen. We're no longer doing the 58-page letter. We are just reading Sarah letters. So let me change that one too. Properties, reading Sarah letters, sleep. There we go. Reading Sarah's letters to sleep. Hey, Fletcher boy. I am live. Live at 5 a.m. Central Time. I'm glad you can join me. I think it's Central Time. It's in between the East and the West, so center to somewhere. Maybe it's in the mountains. Yeah, Fletcher boy, I used to live stumbling distance from home to a couple of establishments when I lived closer to Vancouver, British Columbia. So the trick was live downhill from the pub. It's a lot easier to get there uphill when you're sober, and you can just kind of let gravity take you home afterwards. So you have a chance to choose your location. Choose downhill from your local pub. By my reserving particular parts of my very true and meaningful statement, I was hoping to have been graced with your forgiveness, understanding, and consideration in any level or degree. For me, unfortunately, and regardless of whom I had speak on my behalf, or the number of, your ignorant mind was already made up. By your clear error and full-blown, unfair bias against me since your involvement in my crucible case as a whole. I have been unsuccessful in receiving anything from you as a supposed fair and neutral judge. Seeing the way she spelled neutral there or wrote it, I'm confident that is what she was starting to write, but she was forgetting maybe the R when she started writing neutral, and it became that neutia. I had a hard time with it in two previous letters, but that's definitely the same combination of letter strokes in neutral that was at the beginning of those words that didn't make sense. So I have been unsuccessful in receiving anything from you as a supposed fair and neutral judge, except for your wish that I spend the rest of my life in prison. Please know and always remember, Mr. Kraynick, I forgive you. Still and sincerely. Please understand also, the judge, according to Cicero, is never to lose sight that he is simply a man, and that he cannot exceed the power given to him by his commission. That not only power, but public confidence has been given to him, and he ought always rely seriously to attend not to his wishes, but to the requisitions of law, of justice, and religion. Cicero pro Cleantentus. I am excited in my appeal, which speaks for itself. My case law, as well, in which I am extremely proud to have achieved, and will continue doing so now that I am no longer in your corrupt court, and free from your malevolent judicial grip. Sarah Boone versus State of Florida. I've also added to my statement as a result of your blindness and impartiality. Foremost, your disgust in me as being an outspoken woman, determined defendant, and proactive client. Hoping the next time you put on your listening ears and do not unfairly oppress the next, as you have so blatantly done me. You will never admit your many judicial errors, nor will the prosecutors theirs. And I will never admit to what you have wrongfully accused me and judged me as. I am not a murderer. I am a survivor. Sarah Boone. There's more. Black robe disease is arrogance in a judge, a slang term for a judge who flaunts judicial power and dominates proceedings at the expense of the dispensation of justice. Impartiality is the first duty of a judge. Before he gives an opinion or sits in judgment in a cause, he ought to be certain and absolute that he has no bias for or against either of the parties. If he has any interest, even in the most slightest, in the cause, he is disqualified from sitting as a judge. And when aware of such interest, ought to lawfully and justifully refuse to sit on a case. Sarah and me both here. One of the hardest letters to do in handwriting is a Z. Sarah does a printed Z because she can't remember how to do it. It's not that hard. It's an awkward letter to write. Sarah puts a printed Z in characterizes here because she forgot how the handwritten Z goes. The delicacy which characterizes the judges in this country generally forbids their sitting in such a cause. I'm going to take a quick personal break to just see. Let me see if I can even do this. And I'm doing this on the trackpad. It's okay. That's still care. Ack. Okay, I have to pick up ack. Character. Eyes. That's how the Z looks. That's how a written Z looks, not like that. All right. I've had my moment. Oh, and I just discovered how I clicked to the wrong screen. The delicacy which characterizes the judges in this country generally forbids their sitting in such a cause. The judge must not only be impartial, but must also follow and properly enforce the law, not abuse. He is bound to declare what law is, and not make it. Be not an arbitrator, but an interpreter of the law. It is their duty to be patient in the investigation of the case, to understand circumstances and difficulties by all parties, careful in considering parts of the case in whole, and decent in judgment. That was taken from the Bouvier Law Dictionary, 2012 edition. This quote from the Simpson trial in 1996 was said by Murray Richtel. But at the risk of practicing judicial centrism, a word I have coined in this presentation, others have called it black robe disease. Whether he was correct or not in my behavior, it is widely accepted that judicial behavior affects the jury. Now a quote from Lynn Toller. You may remember her as the judge for divorce court. Also wrote a book called the subheading was A Practical Guide to Becoming an Emotional Genius. I think the main heading was A Mother's Hand, or something that suggested that it wasn't a legal text, but more of a self-help book. In any case, Lynn Toller's quote is, "And then there is the worst of judicial ailments, black robe disease, which is otherwise known as arrogance." And this quote comes from Carlisle v. United States. Sarah quoting a little case law. Trial judges are affirmatively charged with securing a fair trial and must intervene sua sponte to that end when necessary. Brown versus Water. That duty encompasses not only the avoidance of error before it occurs, but the fair correction of an error that may have occurred earlier in a proceeding. And from Aversia versus United States, more case law. This is 1933 case law. Be interesting to see if there is not an update to it since 1933, but the case law that she quotes says, "In the instant case, the trial judge did not analyze the evidence. He added to it. Dealing with a mere mannerism of the accused in giving his testimony, the judge put his own experience, with all the weight that could be attached to it, in the scale against the accused." And now we get to the tip of the iceberg. Kintsukuroi is a kind of jam. Okay. Maybe if I say it right. Okay. Because Kintsukuroi is a Japanese. Okay, maybe that's how I'll do it then. Kintsukuroi is a Japanese ceramic style, which means to repair with gold. In this tradition, when a ceramic piece breaks, an artisan will fuse the pieces back together again using a liquid gold or gold dust lacquer. So rather than being covered up, the breaks become more obvious, and a brilliant new piece of art emerges from the brokenness. It embraces flaws, weakness, and imperfections, and also teaches the essence of resilience. Every crack in a ceramic piece is part of its history. Each piece becomes more beautiful because it has been broken. This is the wisdom of Kintsukuroi. In my wisdom and with all my repairs, then, now, and ongoing, God is, has been, and will always be my artisan. All of my gold is forgiveness. This has held me together, made me shine brighter, and overcome the damage caused by George Torres, the Torres family, the justice system, Judge Wooten, and Kraynick, Orange County Corrections Department, social media, scoundrel detectives, infamy, defamation, ongoing constitutional rights violations, second-degree murder, forced into being pro se. Just as gold is very precious, forgiveness isn't valuable. Then there's a bit of a page error. I definitely know that this doesn't start with sleep. Forgiveness is not an attempt to change or forget what or how you've lived through to be so gold, but an act of grace, humility, and considerable self-compassion. To be set free from sorrow. Sorry, choked on that one a little bit. I'm better now. Withholding forgiveness denies your brilliance and even greater grief and deeper heartache. Irreparable cracks on top of the already that no one deserves, no matter the pain or disappointment, untruths or injustice. It doesn't matter, as the more broken you are, eventually, though now different than before, you've become more outstanding or extraordinary. Above all, when you let go of blame, misunderstandings, excuses, give up your anger and cease from resentment, this is forgiveness. And when you forgive, you heal. And when you heal, you move forward. My gold begins with George Torres. And every time he slapped me, kicked, punched, spit on, raped, stabbed, choked at, choked, laughed at, pushed, pulled, dragged, whipped, tripped, stole from, lied, terrorized, threatened, humiliated, forced, degraded, made me cry. Every time he tried to end me, defeat, or destroy. And we will take a quick break from her reading just to get back to this power and control wheel. There is a list of words on the wheel, and I'm going to read them in the exact same cadence as I read those words, and then we'll get back to the text, and you can decide for yourself if these were real things that happened to her or things that she pulled from this list that she'd been studying for the whole trial. So I'm just going to substitute her list for this list, and I know they're not in the perfect order, but I think we can see some inspiration. So I'm just going to switch for list when she gets to the list. My gold begins with George Torres, and every time he pushed me, shoved me, hit me, slapped, choked, pulled hair, pushing, blocking, grabbing, tripping, biting, beating, throwing down, rape, using or threatening to use a weapon. My gold begins with George Torres, and every time he slapped me, kicked, punched, spit on, raped, stabbed, choked, laughed at, pushed, pulled, dragged, whipped, tripped, stole from, lied, terrorized, threatened, humiliated, forced, degraded, made me cry. Every time he tried to end me, defeat, or destroy. I forgive George for beating me senseless, for trying to, and this is where we go back to page 3, beating me senseless for trying to sleep because I had to go to work or my son's field trip the next day. For ruining my deceased family's heirlooms, traditions, and keepsakes, my son's furniture, destroying the television we watched together. For wrecking our townhome by breaking windows, punching holes in the walls and doors, ramming his entire body into glass doors, and kicking in my front and back door over and over. for breaking or removing the locks from all the doors and sometimes the knobs altogether, so I had nowhere to feel safe, including the sacred space of my son's room, where he beat me bloody on his bed. For terrorizing and threatening my blind and deaf dogs by leaving the gate open I built to keep them safe, telling me he hoped I'd find their bloated, dead body in the pond, or scrap their remains off the pavement. Sorry, I said I was going to pretend she didn't make mistakes. Or scrape their remains off the pavement for kicking them off the bed and throwing across the room because they were trying to protect me. For threatening to make me unrecognizable to my son by breaking all the bones in my face, like his brother Moises did to him after seeing all the bruises from George beating me, like all the times their father beat their mother. For all the drunken rages and fistfights with so many neighbors when wandering into their apartments during hunting expeditions after I'd escaped. For drowning me in liquor and wine because I didn't want to drink, causing me to urinate on myself, and then butting the end of the bottle in my face, giving me 2 black eyes and a bloody nose. For making me experience what it is to be sodomized. For threatening to kill my friends and the neighbors when they checked in on me to make sure I was alive and in one piece. For threatening to burn down our townhome and set my car on fire because I got a job. For holding me hostage on weekends. My son was supposed to come over by keeping my keys around his neck, my phone in his crotch, and a butcher knife stuck in the middle of the table, the middle of my glass table, and a butcher knife stuck in the middle of the table as a warning not to ask anything or try to leave. For stabbing me in the leg, trying to do her voice, for stabbing me in the leg, not letting me call 911 for an ambulance, or seek help where I nearly bled to death until I concocted a lie to save him from being arrested. For destroying my phone with a hammer because my son called. For me ever experiencing being arrested, and after today, prison. Gotta let that one sit. For people who are just listening to fall asleep, we need to take a second to realize that what Sarah's forgiving there is she's forgiving George Torres for her ever experiencing what it's like to be arrested, because dagnabbit, George went and died, and with his death, it left Sarah alone to pick up the pieces and the blame, being the fact that they were the only 2 people in that room, and only one of them put the person in the suitcase, and only one of them zipped it up, and only one of them floated up the damn stairs to go to bed. But the important takeaway here is that Sarah is forgiving George, and one last time, for me experiencing ever being arrested, and after today, prison. for beating me almost blind, crushing my occipital lobe, for having me experience what it means to see stars, like in the cartoons where a character has a tall lump on their head. I had that too many times. Okay, let's see what that's like. I'm going to take a little pause if you need to go to the bathroom. If you've been holding out for a while, now's your time. I'm going to look up some cartoon stars. See what it's like to have stars around my head, like in the cartoons. Okay, we'll put those there. Maybe we'll just duplicate it and flip it. Stars. Copy. Paste duplicate. And I think I can flip it by... There we go. That's what it's like to have stars around my head. Where is a lump? Iffy sticker. How do I do lump? I don't know. Lump actually brings it. Lump sat alone in a boggy marsh, totally except for heart. Lump drove up in Lunk's pajamas. Lump, she's lump, she's lump, she's in there. Okay, that won't work. Maybe I'll just go finger. See if I can make a finger look like a lump. Provocative fingers, this won't work. Going a little, maybe hill. Make a hill small enough, it'll just look like a lump. Ah, yeah, okay. I'll make a molehill out of this mountain. That. Boom. Okay. That wasn't a waste of time. And gold, where are you? I forgive George Torres for having me experience what it means to see stars, like in the cartoons, where a character has a tall lump on their head. I had that too, many times. Dragging me downstairs by my hair in the middle of the night just to sit next to him. Or taking my car, driving drunk, with my debit card to buy more alcohol while I slept. Even after I kindly explained the importance of my car to take my son to school foremost, me to work, and he to his batterer's intervention classes and a probation officer meetings, where I would be forced to sit for hours in the parking lot, waiting for him. For causing me so much trauma and pain, mentally, physically, emotionally, that I had to be hospitalized more than once. For destroying my reputation and integrity. For my M for murderer scarlet letter. Not letting me feel safe to live, talk to other people, spend time with my son, have a job, friendships, simply to go to the bathroom with the door closed or to sleep soundly or comfortably. I forgive George for lying, for him trying so many times to end me with his terrifying love. I can also forgive the Torres family mother and father foremost. Also his 2 ex-wives and daughters, all for knowing who George was, capable of, and has done in the past. His history of violence and where he learned it. Then to keep turning a blind eye when I would ask for help. All of his siblings, including Pharrell Torres, who is now on his way to prison for stabbing the mother of their baby in the side of her head. For everyone who know what George was doing to me, sometimes how and when, but allowed and enabled. I forgive them for caring too late. I hope they ask themselves while quiet and comfortable in bed at night the uneasy question. What could I have done to stop this from happening to both of them? And after all the time Sarah tried to, by asking for help from all of us and so many times. Another great contributor of my gold is social media, with its greed, insensitivity, deception, obvious exploitation. Speaking of deception, just for the record, for people who are watching the feed, I don't really have a lump on my head and those aren't stars. I'm going to get rid of those now. I don't want to be accused of deception. Up, close it. Oh, no. Oh, right. Those aren't drawings. Those are graphics. All right. No deception. This is, those graphics aren't real. Even those letters don't exist in real space. So there's a lot of deception and trickery happening with this feed. I apologize. I'm not even a Sarah supporter. If it sounds like I'm reading her words in a supportive manner, I'm not a Sarah supporter. If you somehow got here as, oh my God, there's somebody that's finally treating Sarah's words with a gravitas. This is lots of underhanded snark. There's no empathy. With that said, we will continue. Another great contributor of my gold is social media, with its greed, insensitivity, deception, obvious exploitation, and advantageous gain from my criminal case as a whole, and for sentencing me by anticipation as a result of ignorance and hate, conjured and fabricated by the organized crime that is social media. Shout out to YouTuber Tanika, to SKR, Classified Crime, Caricatures, all the people that were organizing the crime that is social media back in 2024. Some great channels out there. Lori Reese was good, Wordwise, Guilty Words, AG Tactical, Just a Lazy Gamer, the lawyer channels. Quite an organized group of criminals at social media. And they condemned me in the court of global public opinion since the beginning. My family law case, shout out to Daniel Chavon for getting us the family law case, and shout out to Hear Me Out was there, Tanika was there. Danielle and I are talking about doing a rewatch of the family law case. So if you're worried that we're not going to have anything to watch once we get through this Sarah trial, we might even have a bonus and you will have me and Danny Chavon together, maybe taking turns as guest and host, bouncing back and forth, but going through the family court footage. If you don't remember, there were Zoom calls and you saw 4 windows, 2 of them that were video windows, 2 of them that were just numbers. One of those was Danielle Chavon. So We can probably pop our images into those boxes and then move forward with the trial. But yeah, that's something that'll be coming. Who is asking for a keyboard? Hey, Ocean Sounds fell asleep to my voice and woke up to the same soothing sounds. That's fantastic. Detective Wolbuffett says, yes, that's right. We're the mob. Keyboard, please. Congratulations to everyone who's got their bloody keyboards that have been a member for more than 1 month. For people who've moved past the bloody keyboard into being a pro se, congratulations to you as well. And all the Drunky the Bears that have just joined and become part of the Fine and Dandies. First stage is Drunky the Bear. Second stage is bloody keyboard. You move to pro se, and then all you have left is LWAP. There is no escape from LWAP. Let's just go back to the beginning here. The keyboard is out of sorts. Oh no, just Wolbuffett's keyboard. Nobody's laid a hand on anyone in this chat. Nobody's out of sorts. Sorts are all in. Another great contributor of my gold is social media. With its greed, insensitivity, deception, obvious exploitation, and advantageous gain from my criminal case as a whole, and for sentencing me by anticipation as a result of ignorance and hate conjured and fabricated by the organized crime that is social media, which condemned me in the court of public opinion since the beginning. My family law case is the new prey. I don't know if that made it. Let me know. Did I get away with that? This mic is pretty good about canceling out sounds. I don't know if I got away with it. My family law case is the new prey, waiting to be picked apart and pillaged from me, being made infamous by social media in my criminal case. It simply seems I cannot forgive and be forgiven and move forward. Okay, nobody mentioned it. I just got off a big burp over on the side here when I dipped. But social media has made me a pariah, and it has caused great oppression and undeniable disadvantages, especially by broadcasting and manipulating my cases online. In my criminal case, as a result, my opportunities to be given a fair, proper, uninfluenced, successful conclusion was heavily depleted, poisoned. I forgive them. Also, all the media tycoons for not having a life of their own, for trying so desperately to make themselves seem so right by making me appear so wrong. Forgiveness for prejudgment or ridiculous theatrics. Lies. Making and taking blood money from my and other misfortunes, accidents, and catastrophes. It's all over their hands and keyboards. Even after all that's been said and done, theorized, hypothesized, scrutinized, and blasphemed, in my case, still, no one knows me. My gold also runs deep for my prior attorneys. Mauricio Padilla, who sold me the world with empty promises and then abandoned his responsibilities as my attorney after taking 2.5 years of my life, when finally realizing he was in over his head, all while hoarding JAC dollars to fund his staycations with his family when in town from Miami. For having resources ready and available, not allowing me, the client, to ever utilize, which could have greatly progressed my case and perhaps concluded, only for him to decide water parks, fine dining, and choice hotels were more important, and on the JAC's dime. I forgive Frank J. Bankowitz for committing perjury to the judge and on court record about my attempts to be a proactive defendant and client, inquiring about my discovery, then trying to communicate with no answers or correspondence in any manner for 1 full year and 2 months, before I was able to finally meet with him in the courtroom, only to receive his motion to withdraw. Frank J. Bankowitz is forgiven for his greed in taking $15,000 from the JEC, who honorably aid indigent defendants as myself, for taking advantage of and robbing the justice system by lying and avoiding clients, taking their money and the JACs. Winston E. Hobson receives my forgiveness, who also unethically perjured himself. To the judge and court record about all the progress and attorney work he did in my case for 2 months he was court appointed as, for his allegations of my supposed unethical requests, which meant me asking about my discovery and trying to have him file a motion for my lawful inclusion. To my pretrial conferences cited under FRCP Discovery Rule 3.220, subsection 0, subsection 1, I wanted to be included in my case and no progress from being excluded by Bankowitz and Padilla over 3 years prior. Forgiveness also in telling me he would return in a week with my discovery, only to receive his motion to withdraw, and in meantime, still not receiving my discovery, and I filing my own motion, enabling me to go to all my hearings, included in my pretrials. Continued forgiveness in his greed and selfish intentions, also for robbing the JAC and indigent defendants of $15,000. More for nothing, for just $15,000 more dollars. Okay, so that's weird. It just says 15,000 more, but the dollar sign because of, so it's dollars 15,000 more. Anyway. For robbing the JAC and indigent defendants of $15,000 more for nothing, justifying any work he really did do in the handful of days he represented me as my attorney. Finally, and with all my gold received from this one, I forgive Patricia A. Cashman for her mean, snotty, egotistical attitude, and not listening or caring that I finally receive my discovery. I kept asking her for which she fully withheld from me, citing her ridiculous, untrue reasons was because I saw with my first attorney 4 years prior, and while she, being present at that time, attorney, I saw not one page of or any digital evidence of my discovery, prohibited me from seeing. We're not going to reread that because it didn't make any sense, and she's just a little bit mad there. Patricia A. Cashman is also forgiven for admitting I had a right to a bond, and I asked her for. That part we'll read. Hey, just me? Yes, the balls of a burglar, indeed. YouTuber Tanika said it right. YouTuber Tanika and her gang of... it would be nice to do a deck of cards for all the Sarah Boone creators. And I think that YouTuber Tanika would have to be like the queen. And you'd put SKR obviously as the king. Short king, but king nonetheless. But it'd be interesting to think about the rest of the... well, I guess there isn't much. There's only like the jacks, and then it's all numbers after that. Maybe it should be a chessboard rather than cards. In any case, I think Tanika and SKR would make a fine king and queen in the royalty of the Sarah Boone universe of coverage. Patricia A. Cashman is also forgiven for admitting I had a right to a bond I asked her for. So I asked, could I actually utilize one of my rights, as opposed to having them always violated, as prior and still ongoing? Then her deference of all my opportunities to do so. For all her lies, condescension, gross, unnecessary arguments, and anger, that I asked any questions and wanted to understand, for her doing nothing other than to give me an even harder time and request transcripts, then brazenly lie for over $16,000 for doing so. Also, from the precious resources provided from the JAC. I forgive Patricia A. Cashman for being a liar and a bully. Forgiveness for all those who did not include me to receive my $15,000 share that I worked for when Judge Kraynick forced me to be my own attorney, to represent myself as pro se. Sorry, I was getting a little indignant there. I forgot this is an ASMR recording. Forgiveness for all those who didn't include me to receive my $15,000 share I worked for when Judge Kraynick forced me to be my own attorney, to represent myself as pro se. I actually, and finally, got my own discovery, almost 5 years later. Filed motions, all prior should have done, making them the most expensive motions ever, at over $46,000 between 3 prior attorneys: Frank J. Bankowitz, Walter E. Hobson, Patricia A. Cashman. Would they have done so when supposedly representing me? The motions would have been priceless. for the proper use of the JAC funds towards ethics, professionalism, honesty, and freedom. I honorably utilized my JAC resources and mentorship as a proactive, indigent defendant, avidly defending myself against the liars, thieves, and real villains in my criminal case. Who really is the criminal? Who really is in jail? That's not here, but who really is the criminal? The JAC can hopefully include their forgiveness for them also. This is a redacted part of her sentencing report because this definitely wasn't part of it. Judge Wooten and Kraynick, I have great forgiveness for also. In not protecting me, in listening to my valid requests for judicial intervention, so I could properly and fairly defend myself against my charges. If you're wondering why this wasn't included, there was a great Summa short where Summa amplified the audio and did a little lip reading, and you can see James Owens lean over the table and say, "You gotta show some fucking remorse, Sarah. Some fucking remorse. Some fucking remorse. Some fucking remorse. Some fucking remorse." Check out Summa's shorts, and you have to dig a while to find that, but fucking remorse. Judge Wooten and Kraynick, I have great forgiveness for also in not protecting me and listening to my valid request for judicial intervention, so I could properly and fairly defend myself against my charges. Instead, I had to defend myself against the attorneys, all appointed by the judge in court. The judge is the court. All appointed by the court. Never mind, I'm going to read it. Well, how do I make her sound smart and not... Okay, never mind. Instead, I had to defend myself against the attorneys, all appointed by the judge and court, against their lies, exaggerations, reasons unjustifiable, why they were really creeping away from the battlefield and abandoning their professional duty as my attorney. Judge Kraynick, I forgive you for not giving me any opportunity to stand at your pulpit, to stand at all, to explain the real, truthful side of the story. She literally took the stand. I didn't get to stand at all. You took the stand. Judge Kraynick, I refuse to forgive you. Balls of a burglar. Hell yes, here. Welcome. Time is it there in the UK? Judge Kraynick, I forgive you for not giving me any opportunity to stand at your pulpit, to stand at all, to explain the real, truthful side of the story. I believe if the justice system, including yourself, would and should have done any vital homework on the already almost see-through attorneys from being spread so thin. Tortured metaphor. The already almost see-through attorneys from being spread so thin. And simply sending an email to care about their present workload, number of clients, trial schedules already in place before throwing another inmate defendant, unknowing client on the heaping. Okay, relax. You're getting upset. You're channeling Sarah, not reinventing her. the already almost see-through attorneys from being spread so thin and simply send an email to care about their present workload, number of clients, trial schedules already in place before throwing another inmate defendant, unknowing client on the heaping, unimportant pile of warm bodies. More taxpayer dollars could be conserved. More tax. I'm choking on this again too because she doesn't give a shit about taxpayer dollars. But people are trying to sleep, Dan. So just say it like you mean it. Before throwing another inmate defendant, unknowing client on the heaping, unimportant pile of warm bodies, more taxpayer dollars could be conserved. Less time less time consumed and wasted for everyone. Regardless of what part they play in the supposed system of justice, my forgiveness is deepened for taking even greater time of mine away years by not caring to ask me anything about anything, to understand, so you could justly render your life-defining judgments and withhold any more bias and prejudice. Foremost, Judge Kraynick, I forgive you for kicking me when I was down and choking the life out of my constitutional... Oh my God. Judge Kraynick, this is what it feels like when you choke me. This is what it feels like when you choke the life out of my constitutional amendments. I just got centered a second ago. Okay. I think it might be too much Sarah today. I think I might have had it up to here. I'm going to stick around for your sake, but I'm not going to do any more after this. Well, after this tonight, I definitely am not leaving the Sarah Boone creation business, but I get why people need to take a break. I get that. I get it. There's this. Foremost, Judge Kraynick, I forgive you for kicking me when I was down and choking the life out of my constitutional amendments. Most profoundly, my 6th. It's either the 10th or 6th. Right to counsel. I think that's the 6th Amendment. Most profoundly, my 6th right to counsel. As a result of my wholehearted use of my first right to free speech, in being my own advocate since no one else would be, and received a paycheck for. In all of my free speech experience-driven letters, only for remedy. In any collaboration, inclusion, receiving my discovery as an inmate, defendant, and client, not removal of any attorneys to cause more delays, or any reason or excuse you may try to force on me, and have already inappropriately accused me of doing with your heavily insinuated strategies of mine to try and deflect the glaring red flags, disappointments, and true crime in and out of the justice system. To this day and all forward, I do not forfeit my rights, any of them, ever. Especially my right to be bold, outspoken, and right to be, in my real life experiences, with the legal and justice systems. You weren't there, Judge Kraynick, in anything. No meetings, phone calls, visits, and still took my rights and oppressed harder. I must now defend myself against you. I'm just going to pause a little bit. Remember, this was in her original pre-sentencing letter. This was before she found out life in prison. This is how she was trying to curry favor prior to sentencing. With that in mind, I do not forfeit my rights, any of them, ever, especially my right to be bold, outspoken, and right in my real life experiences with the legal and justice systems. You weren't there, Judge Kraynick, in anything. No meetings, phone calls, visits, and still took my rights and oppressed harder. I must now defend myself against you, praying you do not care to, as praying you do not care too late, as all the others, and retaliate further against me, as still a proud citizen. See, she can't do her Zeds. She likes to pretend that she's a straight A student and still knows how to do handwriting from school, but she has to fake the Z's because she can't do a joined together Z. That's funny. So she can't write zipper. Not a zipper expert. Not a zipper writing expert anyway. To baseline. I'm praying you do not care too late as all the others, and retaliate further against me as a still proud citizen of the United States of my America, and freely, excitedly, using my God-given rights to still try to defend myself, to stand all the way up, for you to remove my freedom altogether by allowing and approving my stab wound? Allowing and approving my stab wound. Okay, this is a funky song, but this is more after we leave. Have we already gone through? Wow. Okay, I'm going a little late now. We'll go back to the Fluidscape and we'll finish with that little bit more funky morning wake up bit of a sound. To stand all the way up, for you to remove my freedom altogether by allowing and approving my stab wound, bloody body parts, rapes, bumps, bruises, and all the rest of the beatings. That's crazy to throw rapes in with bumps and bruises. But she does, okay. Not for me to judge. For you to remove my freedom altogether by allowing and approving my stab wound, bloody body parts, rapes, bumps, bruises, and all the rest of the beatings I endured. I hope you can finally see and understand that just some of the pain from the extreme difficulties, obstacles, and unfairness, especially in my due process, you have added in my criminal case and life as an inmate, defendant, and client. All is forgiven. For Detectives Kepsel and Lowen, I forgive their demonization. lies, blacklisting, coercion, lawbreaking, solicitation of my case before I even arrive at the corrections department to be booked and fingerprinted. Okay, that's stupid. That's stupid. What did you expect? Like, to be booked and fingerprinted as the first step? And, okay. Might be getting a little too late here on the West Coast. We're approaching 4:20 in the a.m. For Detectives Kepsel and Lowen, I forgive their demonization, lies, blacklisting, coercion, lawbreaking, solicitation of my case before I even arrive at the corrections department to be booked and fingerprinted. This can be seen in my unbeknownst interrogation video, where I ask what they are doing, what all the pinging was during their texting swarm, while I naively sit, waiting to be arrested, which they know would happen the day before. For Kepsel, for bald-faced lying on the stand to the judge in court, on record, that she didn't tell me to come to the station and pick up my phone. Why else would I go? I didn't even know about the surprise interrogation. I forgive them for also lying. How the news showed up to record my walk of shame. Handcuffed and confused on camera. I forgive them for trying to make me lose from the beginning by starting the unquenchable wildfire of sensationalism and distortion, ignorant hate, defamation, and greed, by unlawfully broadcasting who they wanted the world to think I was, by their schemes, learned lessons, fraudulent stratagems. From the school of manipulation and taking advantage. How much did they make off me, and still are, for calling it in, then removing the curtain to expose their personally twisted, murdering monster? I'm making anywhere from $150 to $250 a month right now. My YouTube monetization. So thank you for asking, Sarah. That is how much I am making from exploiting your story and showing it lawfully. I'm lawfully broadcasting it. That was one of my schemes. That's a learned lesson, a fraudulent stratagem I have enacted to make money from your situation. Full disclosure. Also, my forgiveness and greater gold comes from wondering why nothing viable in my defense was taken from my townhome, aka the crime scene, to aid in my truth, such as the butcher knife, 5-prong garden claw, or hammer under the table, together outside where George had easy access. I'm going to give a quick hint here. Normally I don't answer questions from Sarah. I'm not the one on trial here. I don't know if I'm supposed to be answering questions, but I'll chip in. If you're wondering why they didn't take any things from the townhome, and, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but most of the investigating officers were told, we had a great time. It was a great day. I don't understand why this is happening. It was a really good day. Nobody laid a hand on anybody. So I imagine if the story was, oh my God, this is the end of a horrible day. Take the butcher knife, take the garden claw, take all this shit. You're going to see he's been fucking torturing me. Take it all, bring it, test it. But she didn't say that. She said, it was a great day. We were enjoying each other's company. Does he have any medical issues? None that I know of. None that I know of. I was doing CPR, continuously doing CPR. I was doing CPR and doing CPR and doing CPR. So I kept doing CPR. Didn't mention a butcher knife. Didn't mention a 5-prong garden claw. Didn't mention a hammer under the table. Didn't mention a curtain rod. So those, or this tangent, would be prime reasons why, aka the crime scene, that the police came across, and with only you alive at the crime scene, why are they going to investigate what the dead guy was guilty of? He's dead. What are they going to do? Give him life in prison? He's already served his sentence. He's dead. You're alive. Did you cause the death? Did you cause the death with the butcher knife? With the garden claw or the hammer? Then they don't need the butcher knife, the garden claw, or the hammer. Because they're investigating your culpability, Sarah. They're not investigating George. You didn't even tell them that there was a reason to investigate George. Good guy. He liked you. Surprised that he would like you, because you just show up unshoveled, wearing workout clothes. But he liked you. He made you feel good. He said nice things. Also, my forgiveness and greater gold comes from wondering why nothing viable in my defense was taken from my townhome, aka the crime scene, to aid in my truth, such as the butcher knife, 5-prong garden claw, or hammer that was outside the table, together outside where George had easy access, for use if I tried to leave or call for help while being held against my will. Being held against my will during his rageful binges, or my bloody pillowcase, stained from me being backhanded because I hid the magnum-sized bottle of vodka from him. She's calling the vodka a magnum now. No, the vodka's still a handle. The magnum is for the big shot of wine that doesn't have a handle on it. Don't try and rename vodka and act like you've added to your vocabulary. You didn't. And I would suspect maybe they didn't take the bloody pillowcase because they had it on record that you sleep with bloody ears and maybe haven't washed your pillowcase since the bloody ear incident of the ear picking of 2019. Or my bloody pillowcase stained from me being backhanded because I hid the magnum-sized bottle of vodka from him. Why weren't any crime scene photos taken of the holes punched in the walls and the doors? Some doors missing knobs and all locks. George removed, cracked windows, broken furniture. Obvious unnatural destruction in my townhome. How and why were they missed, uncared about, or not questioned, so I could explain some of my terror? It makes no difference. All is forgiven. Well, good, because it's good that you've forgiven that, because the answer's the same. You gave no indication that they needed to take any of that. It was a great night. You had a good time. Look at the puzzle. Look at the paints. We're having fun. We're just laughing. You wouldn't believe how much fun. It was just, we haven't had a night like this in so long. We were just, nobody out of sorts. Nobody laid a finger on anybody. What's with these broken doorknobs? Oh, nothing. No, that's how we live. We're nonconformists. We don't have locks. What's with the holes in the walls? Those are speed holes. They make the house faster. It makes no difference. All is forgiven. Who's next on the forgiveness list? Let's let that sit for a second. You can read ahead if you like. Now we know why she needed the spelling of J. Prosecutors Mr. J and Mr. Cacciatore My forgiveness is also extended for your inappropriate, attributed. Is that how she's spelling motives? Maybe that's the word the whole time. It's definitely the N-E-U beginning, but I think she's trying to do motives here. Attributive neotives? Neotives isn't a word. Must be motives, but there should be an extra hump on the M. Oh well, we can't spend too much time on that. Prosecutors Mr. J, Mr. Cacciatore, my forgiveness is also extended for your inappropriate, attributed motives. For having to go through years of my pictures, videos, texts, to erroneously piece together what your deceitful, damning version of what really happened and who I am. After so much availability and for so long, you were finally able to make the circle fit into the square. Okay, that's a stupid analogy too. The circle easily fits in the square. The square doesn't fit in the circle. Unless it's a bigger circle than the square. But if you're talking about, the circle from square being, well, if the circle is the same size as the square in height and width, then a circle will fit into a square. That's just, if you've ever played with that little shape doll as a kid, you know that. So, stupid analogy, Sarah. I'm losing patience with her. This says it's a 21-page thing, and we're on page 17. So, wow. I really wanted to be zen and like, okay, I'm just going to embrace the ASMR of Sarah and get myself worked up. Get myself a little bit fractious. You piece together your deceitful, damning version of what really happened and who I am. After so much availability and for so long, you were finally able to make the circle fit into a square. I forgive your antics, theatricals, ludicrous comments to make sure the world got their money's worth while watching with ignorant pitchforks and burning torches, hoping for the best from you, which was my worst. Instead of dropping the mic, Mr. J, you dropped the bat. Mic drop. Uh-oh. Kelly, what's happened to SKR? Or SKR? Uh-oh. The torches and pitchforks is kind of funny because, most people who are watching, I don't know, obviously it's an analogy about the mob, but torches and pitchforks don't really make for indoor viewing. Like, even those tiki torches aren't great for that. I forgive your antics, theatricals, ludicrous comments to make sure the world got their money's worth while watching with ignorant pitchforks and burning torches, hoping for the best from you, which is my worst. Instead of dropping the mic, Mr. J, you dropped the bat. For the yelling, finger pointing, and intense underlining to force your theoreticals and fantastics on the jury by using imaginary... Okay, again, it's easy to get caught up into her. I'm channeling her. So she's yelling about his intense underlining, and then she literally intensely underlines the paragraph showing her displeasure. So I'm not going to do that because this is a relaxing ASMR, Sarah. I've got to figure out a way. There's an S in ASMR, so I can make it like acceptable Sarah mood relaxer. Oh, acceptable Sarah mood relaxation. Acceptable Sarah mood relaxation. Acceptable Sarah Mood Relaxation by Dan D. Welcome to Acceptable Sarah Mood Relaxation by Dan D. ASMR. For the yelling, finger pointing, and intense underlining to force your theoreticals and fantastics on the jury by using imaginary space adventures and fictional characters to blind and bedazzle them with your far, far away from the truth dramatizations. Leanne has a great question. Do you think her face twists with rage as she writes? I bet that mouth thing happens when she's looking for the right word. I'm like, deceitful. All right. Far, far away from the truth dramatizations. In all your pieced together productions, I forgive you for never seeing the light in people. Is that her attempt at the Star Wars metaphor? I saw light in the darkness. Mr. J, it was up to you to save me. Darth Vader, I am your father. Spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't seen the Star Wars series, Darth Vader is the father of Luke. In all of your pieced together productions, I forgive you for never seeing the light in people, their human goodness, humor, and big hearts. You wake up to seek out the opposite, to condemn, to take lives in your own way. See the good that does exist in all of us, inherently and unforced. Even as the proud Mr. J stated, quote, the kicked dog that bites. Mr. J, who kicked the dog in the first place? In my wisdom, usually best to leave sleeping dogs lie. Then they don't bite. Okay, that's a little self-snitching. Sarah is basically calling herself a sleeping dog, and she's hinted the fact that she's a sleeping dog that lies. So she might not bite, but we know she is a lying sleeping dog. All right, moving on and moving back into relaxation. Detective Wilbethit, I feel like my caps lock button is stuck on my internal voice. Every time I try and tone it down a little bit, I move into all caps. So I'm trying to complete Sarah's letter here. But yeah, that's probably blood in your keyboard. Once it dries up, it tends to stick the keys, and caps lock is one of the keys that gets stuck by blood if you have a bloody keyboard. Try a little luminol. That's pretty good for highlighting where the blood is in your keyboard, where the bloodiest spots are. And then you can apply some sort of muriatic acid that hopefully won't damage your keyboard, but will also remove all traces of that blood in the keyboard if you're having a sticky caps lock problem. My gold goes out to the jury for not understanding my cracks. My gold goes out to the jury for not understanding my cracks. Okay, here we go. My gold goes out to the jury for not understanding my cracks from being blinded from the injustice and malpractice of all the judicial and procedural. Sarah, that needed to be a shorter sentence. My gold goes out to the jury for not understanding my cracks from being blinded from the injustice She thinks that they're locked into her Kintsukuroi analogy from 12 pages ago. And it's like, sounds like you're just discussing your cracks. My neck, my crack, my pussy and my back. My gold goes out to the jury for not understanding my cracks, from being blinded from the injustice and malpractice in all of the judicial and prosecutorial errors. The very apparent violations of my constitutional rights during my case and entire trial, which caused mass confusion and dysfunction. I forgive the jury, truly, for being weary from this confusion and dysfunction. Also from being hungry and tired, wanting to go home to their families after being away in full capacity for 2 full weeks. I understand. Kintsukuroi has joined the chat. From this and their brash, misguided, corrupted decision, I was wrongfully judged a murderer instead of a survivor. For this, all is forgiven. Good morning, Miss Just My Opinions. Most of the stuff in tonight's show has been just my opinions, but a lot of it has been Sarah's opinions, which I've read as though they were legitimate. If you're just joining us, this is Acceptable Sarah. Acceptable Sarah, mostly relaxing? That's not what I said the first time. Mind relaxing? Acceptable Sarah, MR. Welcome to ASMR, Sarah Boone edition. From this, their brash, misguided, corrupted decision, I was wrongfully judged a murderer instead of a survivor. For this, all is forgiven. For this, I can still survive and stand tall, having an even greater, the greatest opportunity to finally be understood in the Supreme Court for my appeal. I didn't lose. God just wanted me to win in a different way. Freedom in forgiveness. Heart. All right, let me just throw a little heart. Gonna do here. Oh, freedom through forgiveness. We like it. Oh, that's a little busy. Okay, I don't like it as much. Give you a much smaller box to sit in there. All right. Oh, wrong letter. In the end, I forgive myself for not choosing my life sooner, for not being more brave, vigilant. Okay, there it goes. For not being more brave, vigilant, bolder, and outspoken, stronger mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. Mood relaxing. Acceptable Sarah, mood relaxing with Dan D. True Crime. This is Sarah's 58-page missive to Judge Kraynick, sent after her sentencing, but written before it. In her sentencing, she delivered the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg. This is the base of the base of the base of the tip. Acceptable Sarah, mood relaxer, is delivered in this format to
allow her unhinged letters to not drive you crazy by proxy through listening to them. If you're enjoying Sarah ASMR, leave a note in the comments that you want to see more of this content, because this is a one-off. I'm not sure if I'm doing more of it, but I could. Something sort of relaxing and almost challenging about maintaining this this tone with the source material. So in the end, she forgives herself for not choosing her life sooner, for not being more brave, vigilant, bolder, outspoken, stronger, mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. For being hopeless, desperate, simple-minded, weak, and inexperienced. I forgive myself for not realizing I was enduring a life of domestic violence, and the vicious cycle of never ends. I've had nothing to compare to. I've never been hit by a man ever before in my life. I was raised hitting a woman was wrong. Should never happen. No excuse. I forgive myself for not escaping permanently, for not fighting back sooner to save myself, my son, my dogs, home, and car. Having 20/20 hindsight, thinking of everything I could have done differently or better to avoid the outcome. I think about this every day since. Also, of all the good days we had together, for him at least, while I was constantly in hyperdrive, high alert, and paranoid, making sure I did everything right all the time, I knew if not, the great possibility I would be ended, as George threatened me with so many times before. I forgive myself for falling in love with a monster. And no matter how grotesque he may become, I still loved, hoped, and forgave. I tried breaking the spell so he wouldn't be a monster anymore. I saw who he was inside. George made me then, now, and always love him, for all of his cracks also. We made each other our own brilliant pieces of art, from the cracks and repairs. Unfortunately, not all cracks can be. In all of my forgiveness, George is my greatest lesson and will forever be a part of me. I think of him every day and still speak to him when alone on the rec yard. I ask his forgiveness and that he looks for me at the gates of heaven so I can tell him how sorry I am endlessly, and that I never stopped loving him in all of it still. When I first came to jail, I put my mat under my bed and cried all day and all night for months, only falling asleep from being so exhausted with grief. I wrote him letters. I wrote his family and his daughters.
apologizing and asking for their forgiveness. But due to fear that my life or sons would be jeopardized, I did not send. I am sorry. I cannot begin to fathom any of their grief and sadness. Forgive me. Almost everything reminds me of him. Seeing my stab wound every day, especially. It truly reminds me all I really did live through. George haunts me. He is everywhere. I believe because I do still love him, think of him, and miss his laugh the most. In my heart, I know he is with me and understands that this tragedy was not intentional. She didn't cross the T and not. It's not. It might have been intentional. Make it null intentional. In my heart, I know he is with me and understands that this tragedy was not intentional. I hope everyone can. His family foremost. I didn't mean for this to happen. Please, wholeheartedly know. Please, wholeheartedly know that. And always, I would never. Forgive me, George. Forgive me, Torres family. Forgive me, Judge Kraynick. To the entire planet, forgive me. I graciously and humbly ask for consideration, for forgiveness to be extended instead of judgment, for reconciliation and restoration for all of us to move forward. My apology is profuse and ceaseless. Allow me to brush off the muck, wipe the blood off my face, and fix the cuts in my skin. I ask for understanding in what really happened and for how long. For second chances, repentance, and redemption. To advocate for all domestic violence survivors, to help them overcome, heal, and still hope, always, to make their voices heard, to confidently walk with all of their scars on the outside and inside, to help them not ever become a casualty of domestic violence as so many others, to stop the abuse and maltreatment before it's too late. There is always hope. You can survive. In my soft-spoken conclusion, I ask this. Would I be the darling mother, celebrated woman of the year if it were I who died? How many daughters, mothers, sisters, aunts, grandmothers, nieces, and friends have been because they did? I am a survivor. Learn to do good, seek justice, rebuke the oppressor, defend the fatherless, plead for the widow. Isaiah 1:17. All-encompassing, protect the abused. Sarah Boone, December 2nd, 2024. Michael E. Wang has joined the end of the broadcast and sent 5 True Crime gift memberships to Just Me, who's been here almost all night. Congratulations to Just Me. To Callie, 412. To Nika Hudson. To Marina Lazar. Kathy Lowe. You have all received memberships to Dan D True Crime, courtesy of Michael E. Huang. Thank you very much, Michael, and all of our best wishes with your continued recovery. Unlike Sarah, I know you're not going to be abusing alcohol while you're on your antibiotics, so you're not going to let it get really bad. But that's what Sarah did because she's a drunk. Drunky the Bear. So that's the letter. She didn't pay for any of the jail artists to do artwork. Even though she loves to do art, she didn't do any artwork on the letter. Just her name, her inmate number, which I'm glad doesn't have a ring to it. Her inmate number is like 205623. It would have been so annoying if she was able to come up with some random, like, it's 2020 50 60. Oh, fuck you, 20 50 60. Yeah. So I think this may be a regular thing. I think there's enough content that I can reread it in this format, and that makes it fresh, gives us something fresh to say, something new. We can use this time to talk amongst ourselves. Maybe we'll bring we had some more funky music that we can bring. Let me hide some stickers. We'll hide the text. That's showing my underbelly. Yeah, we're not doing that. Bring my head down. There we go. And there's still a little bit of party happening here. We'll bring this down so you can see what's happening. YouTuber almost off. YouTuber at work. Soon to be YouTuber at play. Can you even imagine her being your neighbor? That's a great question by Miss Just My Opinion. And, we got to meet her neighbors. And you can see Brandon Moats, not a fan of drunks. Didn't like to talk to them. And even kind of, you could see he was chagrined, like, oh yeah, there was the time I was locked out. So I had no choice but to fucking talk to her. She talked to me for a half hour. I don't remember most of it. But it happened. Let's get to this is the ASMR stream. We'll move to something a little funkier that'll get us into the, let's go to that one. This one kept trying to load while we were listening. And then we'll close with Coming With It. So that gives us about 5.5, 6 minutes left in this broadcast. Unless I go nuts on chatting. I don't think I can read any more Sarah tonight, though.
Everyone having a good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. You're listening to ASMR Dan D Radio. Acceptable Sarah, mood relaxing. We've moved past the ASMR and we're waking some people up. It's just about time for the sun to come up here on the West Coast. Can't hear the music because I'm on the wrong screen. Thank you, Kel. Yeah, so I'm just bumping to my own shit. That's no good. All right, we will back that back up so you guys can hear it too. ASMR, Acceptable Sarah, Mood Relaxing Radio. Almost 5 a.m. in Vegas. That's awesome, Beth Serrano. My daughter actually indicated an interest in a family trip, a drive down to Vegas. I went several times between about 2008 to 2015 or time around there was the last time I went. But yeah, kind of exciting that she's interested in doing a family trip down there. So it would give me people to go with and I could still do my Vegas thing 1 or 2 nights. But I'm more of a family man now, so... 6 a.m. in Colorado, still another 2 hours until the weed stores open. There's probably some 24-hour ones, though. Yes, miss just my opinion. It's a full Sarah hate. You'll never have to explain yourself for having hate for Sarah. There's the people who hate her a lot and the people who hate her more. Who's interested in me doing this sort of thing? So the way I was picturing it would be, I'll schedule a show, but if nobody is going live before me, I'll just flip on live and basically set it up like this. I'll have a little playlist of songs that I found on the free library that I can talk over or let them play. And we'll enjoy each other's company. The name of the show will be Don't Watch This, Not a Real Show. But I like doing this just to hype myself up for going live. Because it's a little weird. You're sitting there, you're not talking for, I'm waking up in the morning, don't talk to anyone. Suddenly, hey, how's it going? So if I can kind of, blend into it. Beth Serrano, you're right. Beth Serrano says, I can picture Sarah becoming a cartoon. I'm literally making it happen. I have already animated her into a number of cartoony situations using AI as my animator. But the longer I cover her, the more cartoony her antics are that I cover. I originally started with some pretty heavy stuff. Like I think my heaviest short is set to Eminem's Rihanna duet, I Love the Way You Lie. It's the one that shows George cowering in the hallway while Sarah gives him shit for drinking enough vodka for 2 people to have a good time. So I cut that over Love the Way You Lie, which is already a bit of a haunting song and, powerful. But then to see George cowering and, how obvious it is that Sarah's lying, it's a perfect mix. But that said, the heavier content, it takes its toll on a creator. And if you're doing that kind of stuff every day, if I'm, listening to the suitcase video every day, my God, what it would do to my psyche. And that's why I can't be, a Chris Watts creator or some of these other cases. I'm still interested. I'll watch the coverage, but to my own level. Coming with it. If you don't smoke, I smoke enough for everyone. Have a great morning there, Leanne. Thanks for sticking with us.
Team with me and they all winners. And you know we ballin' all winter, all summer. Jewelry around my neck is lightning, but I'm all thunder. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it, yeah. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it. Bring a friend and come along. Don't be taking too long. The vibe's too strong. If you don't know how to move, then we moving on. Ain't no way rhythmic feet up in this place. If you can't catch the feeling, then get out the way. I've been reeling and reeling and
Have a good morning, Just Me. Thank you for sticking around.
I'm really out of space. All these women aliens, super foreign, so exotic. Hop in the Mercedes Benz, and I got them question like
There's a message from Candace I'm going to look for.
she drop it and pick it up. I think I'm falling in love, but shawty, this isn't what you probably thinking it was. It's a vibe out cool and
Candace.
you gon' find out once you come on and bring me that
Candace gives tours in Zion, which is, if you've ever seen the Grand Canyon, think of it if it looked beautiful instead of just look like rocks. Gorgeous. A side trip to Zion would well be, especially if we're doing a driving trip, I think. How could we not? I will definitely call you up on that. This is Sugar, Sarah's favorite. Sugar prevents diabetes. Thank you, Michael E. Wang. Support from viewers like you allow me to purchase things like this to make the stream stepped up for everyone. Edibles are a great way to go, and it's a great way to manage it too. If you're not a person who loves getting high, but still, you know, a little background buzz, a little underground stuff. With legal cannabis, it's a lot easier to dial in your dose. And, you know, if you're making a massive batch of something, you can basically understand that 1/100th of that dose is going to be, if you've mixed properly, it's going to be exactly what you've put in for positive ingredients. So that said, there is a lot of variation, and that'll be my word of warning to anyone trying edibles the first time. If it's somebody who's made them, sometimes the activization process has more to do with it than the amount of actual psychoactive content. So if you're baking a butter, for instance, slow and low, you can do it in a slow cooker. You can put in, like, you know, pound of butter, throw in your weed, strain it out. The butter will hold the active components and it'll be at a consistent level. So if you're cooking with it, first you have to figure out how strong it is, but put in a tablespoon in a recipe that calls for, you know, a cup of butter. So you put in a tablespoon and then the rest of a cup of butter. And then let's say you make 10 portions from it. You eat one of them and you're like, oh, that was fucking strong. You need to dial it back. If you can eat 2 or 3 portions, maybe you can put in 2 tablespoons so that you don't need to eat 5 pieces of cake to get your. But that's my advice on that. Now it's gone quiet. I feel shy. Now it's fresh. I don't feel so shy. This is all from Anno Domini Beats. If there's anything you hear in this mix that you're interested in, you can do a search on ANNO space DOMINI and then Beats. And it's just the YouTube channel. They uploaded all these beats in April of 2025. They're free for use. They don't require a license. Some of them are they're not bad. If anything that you're like, that, I've been hearing that on, Coming With It's the one that I really like, the one that we just played. I want to add that to my phone. I think I can download it. Yeah, download.
So next week, we have a Friday morning Sarah trial rewatch. We got through all of day 3 today. It was a long day. We went for 10 hours. There's a lot of added commentary and context, so check that out in your own time. You got a whole week to watch it. When we come back, I suppose Sarah's still technically on the stand, so maybe there's more redirect coming. I don't think so, though, because in the sidebar they were talking about, I'm sorry, Judge, we sent our people home. We thought it was going to take longer. So who the defense is calling next is a couple police officers, and they're going to try and bring up the protocol thing. And, maybe she didn't realize the gravity of their situation. Those don't go well. Then they bring on Dr. Julie Harper and Michael Brannon. Michael Brannon's a bit of a highlight. Yeah, 10 hours. I didn't realize I was having such a good time, Michael. I thought I was closer to 8.5 and 9 hours, but when I started doing the math on when the Friday Night Live would start, I'm like, oh, so in 4 hours I'll be going for the Night Live. Shit, I didn't plan this well at all. So that said, I'll probably break up next week. We'll make next week more manageable. Maybe a 4-hour episode, get into one good witness. I think Julie Harper should be her own day because it's an extended cross and, well, maybe not her own day, but maybe with a couple experts that are uncontested. Tanya Werner might be a longer one too because of the relevance to the appeal. We're sort of wrapping up, Amy. This is just the overnight ASMR show is over. If you're planning to find a show to sleep to, you can just scroll back 2 or 3 hours. If you're just waking up, this is the show you've got now. It's like morning AM radio. I always wanted to do this. This was my dream job when I was a journalism student as a kid. I thought that I would be able to, go to some radio station somewhere around the world and, just use my voice and stay up and chat with people about interesting stuff, have a call-in show. And then, radio like almost instantly died as I graduated. It was already in trouble, but just like newspapers, they got bought up by 2 or 3 chains. They went from being every town had its own independent newspaper to 3 or 4 newspaper chains owning everything. And when they consolidate like that, they don't need individual reporters in each chain. They have a few big reporters, and then you'll do a local story. You might be able to freelance to the local paper, but you're not jobs for everyone anymore. And yeah, radio, no one listens to radio thanks to YouTube and streaming music. So, but then why not create my own channel? Well, see, okay, now just me. I don't want to there's so many people who are doing it and are actually, musical geniuses, or at least they've got a credible reason for why you should listen to them. I don't have that because I'm just a guy. But if this channel's successful and it's just successful enough to justify me having fun doing, okay, we're going to do an hour of Dan D radio before we go live with the morning show. That's ideal for me, so it can be as unsuccessful as it is. Successful, unsuccessful, whatever. The success is coming and just doing it and people having a good time. So when you're doing radio in the old broadcast days, you really didn't know who was listening. You could have no one listening, but you've got a broadcast like there's 10,000 people. And, maybe there was because of the just the reality of radio then. But now, to know that I've got people tuning in who, like my opinion, like my voice, whatever it is, I'd much rather be broadcasting to 20 of you before a show and just enjoying it. So this is a unique opportunity to kind of realize the childhood dream. The Sarah Boone content was fantastic as an application. I just knew from being in the chats that I had some good ideas for content, and instead of just suggesting them to the creators I'm watching, which I did do too, but I was like, fuck, I should just start making these. And that's how we got to where I am now. But yeah, why not allow that to enable other goals? Like, you're never too old. That was some inspirational stuff I heard from Sarah about following your dreams. All right. The transitions are a little bit long, but I would prefer if they played over each other. But this song is called Wonder. All from Anno Domini Beats. Anno Domini, probably. Domini. That said, for Sirius XM, Chill Instrumental is one of my favorite channels. Or no, not Chill Instrumental. Chill 90s. Groove Armada has a song, comes up in the mix a lot, and it's good. I like hearing some songs. Like, I'm not a huge, I don't know the EDM scene. I don't know who's cool and who isn't. But I trust that, okay, well, I was listening to music in the 90s, so if it was popular in the 90s, I probably didn't hear it because I was listening to heavy metal or rap or whatever else. So there's going to be a little bit of familiarity. It's around the time that Darude came out with Sandstorm, so all the kind of music that would be out. Sandstorm was entry-level EDM. Oh, there's MGMT with Kids. That's another one of those songs that's not in my genre of, I don't know how I heard about it except it being popular, but I still listen to it today because it's unique. And oh, do I still have the text up that says that this is... No, I don't. Maybe I should put up some new text that says what this is. Morning radio experiment. I don't have a turntable here.
2 songs left in the mix before this goes offline for the night. Thank you for joining me. I really appreciate all your time. Just for people who are joining late, this was the extended viewer discretion warning I read at the beginning of the show. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. This show contains a verbatim reading of a public court record. The testimony contains frequent, coarse language. Maybe a touch loud. Including multiple uses of F-bombs, S-words, and other vulgar terms. Graphic sexual allegations and descriptions. The defendant makes explicit sexual claims and uses graphic sexual terminology while addressing the court. Homophobic slurs in language. Specific anti-gay slurs were used by the defendant during the statements to the judge. Derogatory language. Disturbing accusations. Yes, Michael, this is all free YouTube music. And Michael, that hits on something. So that's where I think there's a unique opportunity for me here. I'm not great at creating music, but I do have a decent ear for what's good. And there's a huge library. So I think I can use this to really create my own personal radio station. And it's not going to be pop music, but, you know, I'm never going to be competing with the Taylor Swift, Britney Spears listeners. It's a special group of us, just something for us to listen to, chilling, like I'm hosting a party. It's been a while since I hosted a party. Awesome, Michael. The shorts are funny, too. They're a labor of love. I'll get an idea, and I'm like, oh, boom, I can do that. And then I'll just spend the next 3-4 hours doing it. So this week, because I was watching all the Sarah testimony, I was constantly being inspired by new ways of her being, like, just unreasonable. She's not a real person. So the more I was preparing for this, or last Friday's, yesterday mornings, live, the more I was inspired to do little things with it. So yeah, this is total house party, like people waking up. Oh my God, you guys are still up? Oh yeah, we've been up all night. Okay, this song is a little better for reading out the rest of the disclaimer that started the show. Derogatory language towards legal counsel. Insults and profanity directed at the appointed attorney. Disturbing accusations. This content includes allegations of sexual misconduct that are explicit and may be upsetting. The language you will hear is not performed for effect. It is quoted largely from the official transcript of a hearing regarding representation by counsel. Dan D is not presenting this for purposes, or Dan D is presenting this for purposes of public record, legal education, and commentary on courtroom procedure. No endorsement of the views, allegations, or language is intended. If you are sensitive to graphic sexual content, slurs, or strong profanity, please consider skipping this broadcast.
Kelya says, DD, can you imagine how hard it is for SKR to do hour after hour of Sarah's? Doing hour after hour of Sarah's, I think I understand now why SKR records his material instead of going live. Because you're more prone to just blow up, sort of like, what the fuck? You see it with Just the Lazy Gamer. He seems to record as though it's live. So there's a lot of times when you see him reading it, he's just like, this bitch. You can just see it all over his face, sometimes literally saying it. But yeah, I think SKR, for the level of intensity that he puts into his dives, he does an hour, he perfects it, he gets it down, and then he's like, okay, putting it down, I'm going to go live life. I'm going to go have a real existence. I'll come back to this shit. And then he comes back to it. And then when he's ready, he, puts out 6 or 7, 8, 15 hours, whatever it's going to be. And we love it. But yeah, I can't maintain and focus. I need to embrace the ADHD. A little of this, little of that. We start with the reading. We move to the music. We move to ASMR. We get back to the music. Should we actually, that's a serious note. Any interest in me redoing the Fenton Allen reading as a close? It's what the stream is called. So anyone waking up now is going to be like, missed it. I guess they can always watch the replay. Any interest in that? It's about 15 pages. How long did it take us to read it? Well, if anyone is still here. I don't think it was that long. I'll bring it up on screen. Let me just find my window. Might be interesting to see if I, do it better. And the plan for the reading was to read the defendant, who stammers a lot, as James Owens, because I don't have many voices in my repertoire, and then just to read the court voice in my standard voice. So if you want to hear a James Owens sounding defendant, attempt to go pro se because he accuses his lawyer of sucking his dick, we can do that one more time. I also literally put on the music to start the stream because there's so much swearing in the transcript. I figured by doing 10 minutes of random shit, it would make it much more likely that I wouldn't get take this down. This is violation of terms of service. I'm already not expecting it to be monetized. Okay, well, we're sitting with 24 people. Enough people to give what the title says. If you've already seen it, you can drop out. You can go about your day. If you're on the replay crew, you can even go back to back. You can rewind one and then see if the second one better, worse. You play it the way you want to go. This is your life. You're free to do what you want at 9:01 or 9:02 or 9:04. Unlike Sarah Boone, whose entire life is regimented to the minute. Sarah Boone, who doesn't like to look at the clock. Not a conformist, doesn't live life that way. State versus Denver Fenton Allen. It's 19 pages. But it's short words, a lot of slurs, a lot of. There are a couple escalations, though. Oh, did Michael ask a question? On a serious note, does any channel support Sarah? So I don't know of a full channel. There's definitely channels that have, Third Rail has documented, putting money on the books. Whatever their reasons or justification for that are separate. But yeah, there's one level of cooperation that I don't think a lot of channels can point to. I'm sure there's some channels that are kind of like drip drop with Mackenzie Shirilla being a bit of an apologist channel. I imagine you can, find a following amongst people that are interested in hearing a contrary point, even if they're just hate watching it. Like, can you believe this guy? Look what he's saying. You do what you do to get your views. But all right, there's the document. And you know what? I don't think I showed it to, or if I did show it, I showed it in a different format. I don't think I showed it like this. So maybe this is a way to do it. Welcome back to the waking world, Kintsukuroi. Hope you had pleasant dreams. We're going to get a little bit more out of sorts. We're moving out of the ASMR, but back to the original title of the program. So if you fell asleep to a read of Fenton Allen versus State of Georgia, we're getting back to that. I'm going to update my morning radio experiment to Georgia v. Allen. Oh, Aileen. Oh, and what we have to do is go back to the Fluidscape. This is the earlier background music. Gives a little gravitas to the proceedings. We'll put it way in the back, though. Just there so you know that the mic didn't turn off. Yeah, right about there. All right, so we're going to read this with way more gravitas than it deserves. We're going to at least give the judge all the credibility in the world, even though he does get a little upset. He gets a little out of sorts. The defendant is he's a criminal at this point. He's coming to court as a criminal. He's committed a murder in the jail and was subsequently sentenced to life in prison for it. He received some time for contempt of court for this interaction, but we looked it up, and he didn't ultimately end up spending the time in jail or have it added to a sentence, partially because he's already in there for life, so what's the point of litigating the contempt, but also because the judge acknowledged that might have gotten a little, allowed himself to get pulled down into the muck, as it were. So I'll open up my window so I can see what I'm doing there. Open it up here. So this is Georgia versus Allen. This is a 2016 court case. If you have any familiarity with it prior to me bringing it up, it's likely from the creators of Rick and Morty, who both animated and provided Rick and Morty voices for the two characters, with the judge as Morty and Rick as Mr. Allen. Very entertaining as well, and well worth a search if you are interested with the content that you're going to hear here. I will read the disclaimer, because if you're been up all night and just enjoying each other's company and everything's copacetic and everyone's getting along, this is a verbatim reading of a court public record. This testimony contains frequent coarse language and profanity, graphic sexual allegations and descriptions, homophobic slurs and language, derogatory language towards legal counsel, disturbing accusations. The language you will hear is not performed for effect. It is quoted directly from the official transcript of a hearing regarding representation by counsel. Dan D. is presenting this for purposes of public record, legal education, and commentary on courtroom procedure. No endorsement of the views, allegations, or language is intended. If you are sensitive to graphic sexual content, slurs, or strong profanity, please consider riding a bike or reading a book. The court advises defendant. 4 words in and I messed it up. The court advises defendant regarding representation by public defender on defendant's oral motion to fire his assigned attorney, Friday, June 17th, 2016, 2:08 p.m., open court. Okay, Mr. Allen. Right. I believe your case. I was going to be at trial, not this Monday, but following Monday. Do you understand that? Yes. Okay. If I tell you needed to do... Oh, let's... Probably distracting there. If I tell you needed to tell me something, I'll let you come up here to the podium so you can speak into the microphone and I can hear you. Defendant approaches podium. Yeah, my attorney here. I'm wanting to fire him. Uh-huh. And as you know, I don't feel like he's been doing any... Who are you going to hire? I'm not going to hire nobody. I'm going to get a different public defender. You have a right to an attorney. This lawyer has... You don't have a right to a specific attorney. This lawyer has made sexual advancements on me. He's misrepresenting my case. He told me if I wanted him to do a good job, I'd let him give me oral sex. He's had doctors at Central State He's had doctors at Central State Hospital put a false diagnosis on me. Okay. I don't, I know Mr. Wyatt pretty well. I don't think he has the ability to make doctors at Central State do anything. Well, they did it. And he's the one who sent me down there. Well, they may have done it, but I don't think he had anything to do with it. All right. But he won't give me the discovery. There's things in the discovery he's supposed to give. He gave me the indictment. He told me that was the discovery. Okay. They're altering, documents that I've read. If you want the indictment, I can make sure you get a copy of the indictment. No. I'm saying I got the indictment. Uh-huh. But he's not complying with discovery. Okay. I'm supposed to get the autopsy report, the coroner report, pictures of the crime scene, coroner report, criminal background records. Is this a murder? In the county jail? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm supposed to get the criminal background records, investigational summaries. Mr. Wyatt, what discovery do you have? I've given him everything I have. You've given him everything you have? Yes, sir. He's given you everything. This is a murder case. And This is a murder case. You're telling me the only thing on discovery is a full-page indictment? I don't think he's saying that. I think he's saying he's given you everything he has. He ain't giving me the autopsy report. He ain't giving me coroner's report. He ain't giving me... Well, that may be that he doesn't have that. I don't know. That's what I've been trying to get. He didn't give me pictures of the crime scene. I seen other people go to trial on murder charges. I seen what you're supposed to get. I'm not going to work with this attorney. Well, it's not going to happen. You've got, I'm not going to trial with this attorney. Well, you've got two choices. One, you can go to trial with him. Or two, you can try the case yourself. Now, I definitely completely think I've got a right to have... Wait a minute. Listen to me. That would be the biggest mistake you've ever made in your life. So you're practically sitting there telling me, now you're going to find me guilty if I go to trial and defend myself? You're probably right. That would be my guess. If you try and defend yourself, you don't know anything about selecting a jury, do you? No? Do you know anything about cross-examining witnesses? No? Do you know anything about criminal procedure? I know I don't have to let... Do you know anything? This guy sucked my dick. to get some legal representation. You know something? I'll be honest, Mr. Allen, I don't really believe that. I'm not concerned if you believe it or not. I know, but I'm supposed to have the right to get an attorney, and I'm not going to work with this attorney. Well, that's up to you. So I hold myself in contempt if you try and pull me up here to court with that attorney. That's fine. I mean, it's up to you. Yeah, I told you what your choices are. You can go to trial. I'm just telling you. Well, listen to me. I just hold myself in contempt. Listen to me. Fuck you. Listen to me. Go fuck yourself. I'm through. Sorry. Go fuck yourself. I'm all through here. Y'all done? I'm finding you in contempt of court. I don't care. I know you don't. And I sentence you to 20 days for that. And if you say anything else, I'm going to add 20 days for everything you say. Fuck you. 40 days. Fuck you again. 60. Go fuck yourself. A year. Yo mama. 10 years. Suck my dick. You know something? This is going to be an interesting trial. Oh yeah? Oh yeah. You know, you're not supposed to smile in court. You know, if you smile, I can smile anytime I want to. It's a violation. Now you're cussing and yelling at me? I have not cussed. Yeah, you did. I am yelling. Yeah? Well, go fuck yourself. Suck my dick. That's why I'm yelling. Suck my dick. You know something? You are absolutely the rudest person I've ever met. You reckon if I let you suck my dick that I could get a fair trial here? Oh, I don't think so. I got a big dick now. If I pull it out, I don't think that's going to get you a fair trial unless you have. I'm done. Every one of the jurors do it. That's the court. I don't think that mouth is big enough. Sir, I got a big old donkey dick. You know, I'm sure mine's not. I got a big old donkey dick for that ass. Good. I'm sure the women love it. I don't fuck girls. Oh no, I'm sorry. I fuck boys. Oh, I'm sorry. You prefer men? I fuck boys. You prefer men, right? I fuck white boys. White or black? White boys. Oh, butt boys? With big butts. Oh, of course. You know, you look like a queer. Well, okay. So now you're calling me a queer in the courthouse. I didn't call you one. I said you looked like one. You're yelling. You're yelling. Do you understand the English language? Wait, you're yelling. You're laughing. Do you understand the English language? This is a kangaroo court, sir. Do you know what? We're not in Australia. Shout out to Australia. I mean, if you want to suck my dick, you can do it anytime now. I can hear my mum is up. Oh, Dan, what kind of podcasting are you doing now? I mean, if you want to suck my dick, you can do it anytime now. We can get this court ordered. Oh, so you're so smart. So we can court order this. You're so funny. You're so cute. Can we get a court order to get my dick sucked, sir? You're so cute. You know, I bet all the inmates just love you to death. Oh, yeah. Oh, I bet. All those what? Butt boys love me to death, too. Okay, well, I bet they do. And I bet the rest of them do, too. You ain't supposed to smile in court. I bet everybody enjoys sucking your cock. You ain't supposed to be smiling in court. That's a violation. I can smile anytime I dadgum want to. You're yelling at me again. I am. I'm yelling. You're getting mad. Can you hear me? You're shaking. I am yelling at you. Well, reckon you can suck my dick? Yelling. Can you take a break? Yelling. Can you take a break? I am yelling at you. Can you take a break? Yelling. Can I get my dick sucked? Can you hear me? Yelling. Can I get my dick sucked? Yelling. Yelling. Are you ready to suck now? Have you got it all out? You know something? You will. But you want me to fuck you in the butt then, right? Oh my goodness. You've got plenty of that over in the jail. I could see it in you when I come in the courtroom. Okay, that's fine. You're going to be here let me tell you how this is going to work. You're going to be here. You ain't going to tell me shit. Listen, suck my dick. Shut up, listen to me. Suck my dick, you fuck man. Listen, suck my dick. There will be order in the court on Monday. You'll be here sucking my dick. You will listen to me now. Go fuck yourself. Okay, I'm going to tell you how this is going to work. You can either listen or not. I don't care. I'm through. Can I leave the courtroom? No. Deputy Sheriff, no, you got to stay here. I'm not talking to the bastard. Court, we are going to have the trial Monday week. Nah, fuck we are. I ain't going to trial with this lawyer present. Listen, if you do not suck my dick, you stinking ass cracker. If you act like this, I'm going to throw you out of the courtroom. Oh, bitch ass cracker. And leave you out of the courtroom during the trial. Horse ass cracker. You understand that? Horse ass, dick sucking ass. You understand that? Big butt. You understand that? Fuck man ass cracker. You understand that? Getting mad, ain't you? Stupid. Oh, red face, listen. You're calling me stupid. Listen, yes I am. This is kangaroo court. You know what? You have a constitutional right to be a dumbass. Why don't you jump up on the stand? And you have a constitutional right to be a dumbass. Jump up around like a freaking kangaroo, you dumb bass. Well, if you suck my dick, listen, if you listening to anything, suck my dick. If listen to another thing you say. If you come in here Monday and how about this? I'll kill your whole family. When I get in this trial, I will murder your whole family. I'll cut your children up into pieces. I'll knock the brains out with a fucking hammer and feed them to you. Are you taking this down? Court reporter, yes, sir. Okay, I'm going to refer you to the district attorney's office. I don't give a fuck who you're referring to. I'm just telling you, I thought you were referring to my motherfucking dick. Fuck, man. Aggravated assault. Terroristic threats, we'll just add to it. I don't give a fuck. I'll murder you. Your whole family. Your kids. I'm not supposed to be in jail. I was framed. Motherfucker asked me to eat his ass for a bag of coffee. Well, and now you're telling me I gotta go to trial with a fuck man over here? You're obviously... He's probably a pedophile. Sorry, getting mixed up. And now you tell me I got to go to trial with this fuck man over here? He's probably a pedophile. You're obviously fixated on butts and dicks. Huh? I'm fixated on your mouth. No, you're fixated on butts and dicks. You got a nasty mouth, sir. Oh, I have an awful mouth. You have a big old fat mouth. I do. You got a big old mouth to get this dick in it. I sure do. All right. Yeah, I'm proud of it. I'll make sure next time I come to court, I'll pull it out and I'll jack on you. What? Oh, why don't you do it right now? I jack on white boys. Why don't you do it right now? Just like I jack on females. Do it now. I can't do it now. Do it now. I ain't got, take it off. Take off the cuffs. How many hands do you need to have to do it? Take off the cuffs. No, jack off. This is kangaroo court. Come on. Jack off. This is kangaroo court. Jack off right now. Y'all getting this? Yes, they're getting it. I'm going to make sure. This guy done called me stupid. Motherfucker told me he was going to suck my dick. I did not say that. Want me to fuck him in the butt. I did not say that either. You're a real nasty ass judge. I am indeed. You're going to find out how nasty I am. You find out how nasty I am when I murder your whole family, bitch. Oh, that's fine. You know, you'll be in jail so long you won't have a chance. Your babies will be going, Daddy, help me. I'm going to knock their brains out with a fucking hammer. Okay, well, you know what? If I had any kids, you'd probably be able to do that. But since I don't, it doesn't really matter. Well, then I get your nieces, your nephews, your sisters. Doesn't really matter. I don't have any of those either. Grandkids. I don't have any of those either. Aunts. How can I have any grandkids if I don't have any kids? Brothers, sisters? Stupid. You know, you're just you have no idea of the English language. If you're not going to suck my dick, sir, I don't want to be here. Okay, I've enjoyed this. I hope you have. I know everybody else in the courtroom has enjoyed it, but you can go now. And if on Monday this happens again, you will not stay in the courtroom. Suck my dick, sir. Okay. Mr. Allen, as he's being escorted out of the courtroom. I'm subpoenaing y'all's ass in the courtroom. Defendant was escorted out of the courtroom, and these proceedings were concluded at 2:19 p.m., Friday, June 17th, 2016. I, Faye Franklin, do hereby certify that the foregoing record, pages 2 through 19 of Volume 1, is true, complete, and correct transcription of the proceedings reported by me under my direction, and copies of any physical or documentary evidence tendered or admitted during such proceedings in the Superior Court of Floyd County, State of Georgia, May 17th, 2016, this 20th day of June, 2016. Notarized by Faye Franklin. All right, so that was a reading of a transcript of a more unhinged defendant than Sarah, so it's just nice to have a frame of reference. If you weren't here for the beginning of the beginning of the show is the end of the show. The end is the beginning. Is it the beginning of the end or just the end of the beginning? That's all up to you. Are you at the end of your day or are you at the beginning of the day? Either way, this is a broadcast that, Tam Namaste, wow, you just got here, but really you didn't miss anything. This is more of a rewatch. This is meant to replace your sleep coverage. We did some ASMR tonight, which was acceptable, Sarah, mood relaxing. Wasn't perfect, we have to fine tune it. But I read Sarah with all the gravitas of a seasoned writer, as though her words and emotions mattered. I read them with a little music in the background that made them sound more serious and more measured, more emotional. Didn't really raise the quality of her writing, but easier to sleep to. So if you're looking for something to sleep to, I think this is your show. I think, and there's kind of upscale parts, so you'll oh shit, the funky music's on, perfect for my bathroom break. Boom, boom, ba boom, coming with it now. Boom, ba boom, ba boom, coming with it now. We talked about a lot of good things. We had a good time. We enjoyed each other's company. I think there's a Sunday show coming with Danielle Chavon. I would tune into that if you want to see me in the chat. Probably going to be sleeping for the next few hours. Or, you know what? I'm a little bit hype. Might not be sleeping. That said, I did say that Coming With It was going to be my closing song, so we'll go to that one to close out. This is only a 2-minute song. We're going to go to near full volume, and you can say your goodbyes in chat. When the song ends, I will be closing us out. It's been a great stream. It's a good day to have a great day, and a great day to have a good day. Watch your dandy shorts. Wash your shorts. Red Fox told you wash your drawers. Wash your drawers. So wash your shorts and watch my shorts.
You can see me like Illuminati. You can see me like Illuminati. But I'm shining so bright, so bright. Don't come and try to share some of this light, no. Give me a beat and I control it like a maestro. Ladies on a mission, they be trying to get me wiped up. Shawty, wait a minute, can't tell if I like ya. Gotta make sure you know how to shake it like a bartender. Team with me and they all winners. And you know we ballin' all winter, all summer. Jewelry around my neck is lightning, but I'm all thunder. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it, yeah. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it. Bring a friend and come along. Don't be taking too long. The vibe's too strong. If you don't know how to move, then we moving on. Ain't no way rhythmic feet up in this place. If you can't catch the feeling, then get out the way. I've been reeling and fish from the lake. They keep saying I'm down to earth, but I'm really out of space. All these women aliens, super foreign, so exotic. Hop in the Mercedes Benz, and I got them question like ice pouring above. It's overflowing on us. You drop it and pick it up. I think I'm falling in love, but shawty, this isn't what you probably thinking it was. It's a vibe out, cooling it for the weekend and such. You gon' find out once you come on and bring me that up. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it, yeah. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Keep coming with it. Place your bets on us. Get your money and flip it.
Great day. I think we're done. I might not have too much voice left. Wherever you are, thanks for watching. Have a great weekend.